voice of LA sports. We want to hear from you. It is 855-975-2326. D-Fish, of course, the main storyline in Los Angeles this week, outside of the Dodgers sweeping the Colorado Rockies, has been the Buss family feud and the potential sale of their minority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers. That all comes just a few days after Mark Walter sold his majority stake to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. We are going to have Khobi Price of the California Post join us here in just a matter of moments. He had the first exclusive with Bob Iger after the shocking news that Mark Walter was selling the LA Lakers. There will be so much to ask him about that idea. In fact, let's go right to those phone lines. Khobi Price joining us here on this Thursday morning on D-Fish and Decker. Covers the Lakers for the California Post. Khobi, we appreciate the time. Thanks for being here on this Thursday morning.
Ben, Derek, appreciate you guys having me on.
Very glad to have you here. And Khobi, as I said, it was a very shocking Wednesday morning for everybody in sports here in Los Angeles that cover the Lakers and the NBA as a whole. Nobody really saw Mark Walter selling his majority stake to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. And you had an exclusive with the former Disney CEO and by Bob Iger in the hours after that and the aftermath of the immediate sale. What were some of your main takeaways from that first conversation with new Laker owner Bob Iger?
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the main takeaways was just the enthusiasm and excitement that Bob Iger specifically had for this opportunity to become a Lakers co-majority owner of the Lakers. For him, this has been becoming a owner of a sports team, of a sports franchise, has been something that he was pursuing for 4 years now, for a while. So just talking with him, like you said, like in the immediate aftermath or, hours after this went public, there was an excitement, there was an eagerness. I think that was one of the main things, just from his perspective. Then there's obviously what he said about Jeanie Buss and, him and Josh Kushner planning to honor the agreement that Jeanie had with Mark Walter for Jeanie to remain the team's governor. One of the things that he said toward the end of the conversation was, I asked him about the future. And he mentioned that because this happened so quickly, and that was one of the takeaways, this agreement basically coming together within 72 hours, they didn't really have concrete plans for what was next, which makes sense because, a lot of times, they were pursuing the Vegas expansion team, right? A lot of times, when you're bidding, you make your plans for that franchise, during the bidding process. But there wasn't really a bidding process for them. It was more so negotiations, conversations directly with Mark Walter within a very tight time span. So those are the main takeaways just from talking with Bob Iger.
Khobi, it's D-Fish here, man. Appreciate you jumping on with us this morning. This happened so fast, as you just spoke of. I'm wondering, and maybe many people are, like, how much of an understanding of whether Jeanie Buss would still be involved as the controlling governor moving forward. I know Bob mentioned that was part of the deal that she and Mark Walter had, and they had planned to honor it. But how much thought had gone into, if this came together in 3 days, who's running this team after they decided to purchase it? Like, how many thoughts had they really put into what this was going to look like after they got this done?
Right. Well, yeah, I know that, Bob Iger, I was told that Bob Iger is the one who's going to be, between Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, he's the one who's going to be most involved between the two with the Lakers, on a day-to-day basis. However, with the understanding that, at least at the time of speaking with him and gathering information, like, the plan was still for Jeanie Buss to remain governor. When you're governor, you might as well say you're controlling owner, regardless of how much a stake you have in the team. Like, you are the one at the board of governors meetings. You ultimately, kind of have a final say, at least on paper. Now, the reality is, if you don't have majority shares of the team, you can have the title, but, the people who have the most ownership may, they're usually in charge, even if it's not on paper that way, right? But that's a lot of the question that you're asking will also depend on, I'm sure we'll get to this, like, what exactly happens with the Buss family's part of it. Obviously within the last few days, this past week, the Buss family, issued a statement saying they're going to sell. Jeanie Buss, and via her lawyer, sends a letter to the lawyers of the other Buss siblings saying that, you're not allowed to do this essentially. So now we're kind of, there's a little bit of a stalemate or, looking ahead to what comes next between the Buss side, because that directly impacts, to the original question, who is running the team, or who at least is the governor of the team moving forward.
Khobi Price of the California Post joining us here on D. Fish and Decker. And Khobi, in that piece and in that conversation that you had with Bob Iger in the immediate aftermath of Mark Walter's sale last week, I think this quote struck many, with Iger saying, "We have enormous respect and appreciation for Jeanie, her father, and what they've contributed to this franchise." It would then go on to say, "If things change, they'll change, but we're going into this with enormous respect and appreciation for who she is and what she represents in the organization." So there's Iger and Kushner in their majority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers. There is still the 17.8% minority stake held by the Buss family as well. You just mentioned it, Khobi. What exactly is going to play out here in this family feud? Ultimately, how do you think this gets decided between Jeanie and her siblings?
So it's hard to say, just because, again, it's so fresh. It just happened. But I mean, unless they're able to settle this dispute, settle this disagreement outside of court, it does feel like we're possibly on track for potential litigation. Because again, on Jeanie's side, she's referencing a 2017 court document, which, summarizing it, it essentially says that the trustees of the family trust, of the 6 Buss siblings, within reason, they're supposed to vote Jeanie to the Lakers board of directors, and also vote her to be the controlling owner / governor of the Lakers, essentially for the remainder of her life. Now, on the other side, in order for that to happen, right, they have to at least maintain a 15% ownership stake of the Lakers. That's what the league requires. That's what the NBA requires for someone to be the governor of a franchise, at least 50% ownership, which is important in all of this. Now, on the other side, you have the other Buss siblings saying, they believe that because of the tag-along clause that was included when they sold the majority ownership to Mark Walter last summer, they believe as long as they had a majority ruling, majority vote, they're allowed to sell. And they did. They had, from their view, they're saying you need 4 out of 6. Well, they had 5 out of 6. Jeanie didn't vote, so it was 5. It was 5. So that's their perspective. That's their side of it. So obviously 2 very different perspectives in that letter to the lawyer, from the lawyer, from Jeanie's lawyer to the siblings. They did mention that, all the co-trustees, which is Joey, Jeanie, and Janie, they have to approve, any matters when it comes to a sale. So it does feel like we're potentially headed toward litigation unless they're able to somehow figure this out outside of court.
Yeah, Khobi, we were talking earlier, and I'm still processing a world where the Los Angeles Lakers continue to operate with no Buss family member involved in any capacity at all. And what does that world even look like? I would imagine, Bob Iger's a smart leader. How do you, and this is new, but did he mention anything about, how they even plan to get started? Any inkling of like, what's one of the first things that they want to try and do as they get this thing started?
No, there was no inklings in that regard. And to your point about, I'll be honest, there hasn't been for me in my lifetime a world in which the Buss family hasn't been involved in the Lakers. So for me, it's also difficult to imagine the Buss family not having any type of ownership or any involvement with the Lakers at all. But in that conversation with Bob Iger, he didn't mention any kind of inkling or anything about what comes next. I think he even, toward the end of the story, the exclusive we had at the California Post with Bob Iger, he even mentioned, because this happened so quickly, he, summarizing, he said it's too early to speculate on their plans or what comes next because they don't really have any plans. And again, I believe him just simply off the fact of, this happened so quickly. Maybe over, it's been over a week since the agreement came together. Maybe they've been able to have a better idea, a better sense of what directions to go. At the same time, even though this doesn't directly affect the majority sale of the Lakers from Mark Walter to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, the Buss family side of it does have, it's significant just because we are talking about the governor, and whether Jeanie Buss will remain the governor of the Lakers moving forward. So there aren't definitive plans. It does feel like, again, the infrastructure that they've improved on lately, or built upon lately, since Mark Walter took over, and even, some of the hires they made, like those are in place. It feels like a status quo in that regard. But once we'll know more once things become official. And again, it may not be official for not just a matter of weeks, but maybe months, because it does take a while for ownership sales to become official.
Just for reference, last year, Mark Walter agreed to purchase the majority stake in the Lakers in June of 2025. It was ratified by the NBA Board of Governors the day before Halloween at the end of October. Khobi, we have had the debate here, of course, of how the Lakers players should be feeling about this, and most notably, that is Luka Dončić. What do you think Luka's reaction to all of this ownership chaos the last week plus has been here in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I'm sure, he's taking it in stride. I'm sure, like, for everyone else, it was a shock to him. But, especially, his position, coming out of this offseason where, he was so, intimately involved in the reconstruction of the roster. I'm sure for him, it's a shock. I know that he reached out to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner to set up a virtual meeting. I'm not sure whether that meeting has happened yet, but I'm sure for him, he's been through a lot. I think he put it out in the statement. He's kind of got used to the whirlwind between, ownership change in Dallas, being traded from Dallas to LA, 2 ownership changes essentially since he became a Laker. So for him, I'm sure he's getting used to the whirlwind. And honestly, for him, it's also, he has a team to lead. His teammates, they flew out to Slovenia for a players mini camp that he's sponsoring. He flew them out there. So even though there's obviously this whirlwind surrounding the franchise he's a star of, his focus is on his teammates and, putting the Lakers in a better position moving forward, because now he is the unquestioned leader of this franchise, of the team.
Khobi, real quick before we go, I mean, I know you covered the Lakers, but how are the Clippers and Steve Ballmer feeling that even on news around the ownership conversation, the Lakers somehow still steal the headlines?
They can't even have the ownership thing,
can't even have that, man. It's just always got to be about the Lakers.
Always got to be about the Lakers. It's always got to be about the Lakers. Everybody, I remember it was funny when that happened Monday morning. The big news, it felt like it was going to be about the whole Kawhi aspiration ordeal.
Yeah.
A few hours later, bam, the Buss family sells. Oh, no, never mind. No, it is funny. I found humor in it. I'm glad someone else found humor in it, because it was pretty funny. But no, I mean, for the Clippers, they have enough to worry about. I don't know how much they're trying to worry about the Lakers business or being in headlines. I think they would like it if they weren't in headlines in this regard for once, right? But no, it is. I'm glad other people can find the humor, because I found it quite humorous as well.
What a time it has been to own a basketball franchise in the city of Los Angeles. Khobi Price, before we let you go, the final question. Did you ask Bob Iger if he is ready to renounce his Clipper fandom as he now takes over as the majority owner of the Los Angeles Lakers? He's been a season ticket holder for 20 years?
Yeah, I didn't. It was a very brief conversation. It was so he mentioned in the conversation, toward the end, he mentioned, that's how he developed a relationship with J.J. Redick, the current Lakers head coach, being a season ticket holder. And I was going to follow up on it, but then, the conversation, all kind of on a time limit. So I was like, all right, I have to do this last question. But believe me, next time I see him or I talk to him, I will be asking him, because everyone wants to know, what's going to happen. Because he even had a quote basically saying, moving from New York to L.A., being a Knicks fan, he couldn't cheer for the Lakers. So I was like, can you now? I hope so. I truly hope so.
If you were a part of a group that spent $12.5 billion, you better be ready to cheer for the Los Angeles Lakers. Khobi Price of the California Post joining us here on D. Fish and Decker on this Thursday. Khobi, we appreciate the time. Thanks for being here.
No, appreciate you guys.
Really good stuff there from Khobi Price. And again, the exclusive in the conversation with Bob Iger. Basically, everything that Iger and Kushner have said outside of statements was provided to Khobi Price. You can still read that at the California Post as well. I better not see Bob Iger walking around the streets of Los Angeles or at the practice facility in El Segundo wearing an Elton Brand or a Corey Maggette jersey. That's my biggest thing.
Yeah, that might not be the best thing.
Darius Miles, baby.
Wow. Was that the original Darius Miles? Yeah.
I'm in Q.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting, man.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
There's a lot to figure out. As Khobi said, and Khobi spoke to Bob Iger, he still doesn't necessarily know what the plan is going to be. I don't think Iger and Kushner understand what the plan is going to be. I'm not sure they will until they figure out what the Buss family is going to do with their minority stake. Again, their majority stake in the Lakers from Mark Walter is one thing. The basically 18% from the Buss family, if it transfers over under their purview and ownership as well, is a completely separate conversation. But all tied into one.
And I mean, has the league made any statement yet?
No.
Okay, because
they don't like this kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, you can't. I was just going to say, like, the two of us just deciding to change, ownership of an NBA team doesn't really happen.
Yeah.
Because there's a board of governors and owners that have to approve any transaction anyway. There not being a plan, there not being a plan in place kind of sticks out to me, because usually when a ownership group or lead owner buys a sports team, they've laid out a very clear plan to the league as to what they have envisioned on them becoming owners of the team, that they have some capacity and ability to run a sports team.
Right.
These are the people we plan to hire. We plan to build a new arena, or we're going to renovate the current one. We might move the team to another city, or we're promising that we're not going to move the team. Like, all of those things kind of come into the conversation. So it'll be interesting in the coming days and weeks, not just the Buss family aspect of it, but also the league aspect of it.
Yeah.
Bob Iger's a very well liked and respected man, and is close with Commissioner Adam Silver. So I don't think it's a question of whether or not they are worthy ownership group, but there's going to have to be a very clear plan with what they envision doing, to own and operate the Lakers moving forward, even if they didn't have one in their conversations with Mark Walter.
Yeah, in those 72 hours when it was presented that maybe Mark Walter would sell and they bought the Lakers for $12.5 billion, not a lot of time to plan, just to act. Now it is the planning phase, but there is still so much unknown. 855-975-2326 to make your voices heard here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. So let's go to Rob from Gardena. Rob, what do you got about Luka and how he should be reading this whole situation with the Lakers ownership?
Good morning, guys. I don't think that's a distraction yet. I think the bigger distraction is he was dealing with child custody with his ex-wife. I think his ex-wife was going to take his daughters to Slovenia. And my other question was, is there any updates on Kuminga? I think we need a 3-and-D player, and we haven't heard anything from that.
Yeah, there's been a lot for Luka Dončić to deal with. Of course, he has had to get that hamstring healthy. He has said it is, and now he is hosting his teammates in Slovenia as well. There has not been an update on Jonathan Kuminga for what it was worth. It was basically Jonathan Kuminga tracker as we were waiting for LeBron James to make his determination, but there really hasn't been a status update for Kuminga as of late. Do you think Kuminga would help the Lakers in needing that kind of wing, not necessarily 3-and-D guy, but another wing guy that could start for J.J. Redick in that starting five?
I mean, it could, but it just depends on, what are you giving up to get him?
Right. It would have to be a sign-in trade for Jonathan Kuminga.
And so are you, who are you trading to add Kuminga? I think Peyton Watson multi-team deal.
Yeah.
And he'll land in Cleveland. Max Strus will end up in L.A. with the Clippers. that kind of clears the space in terms of like, that's another team that was looking to sign a wing player that got a wing player. Mm-hmm. So Kuminga's still out on the market, but he's relying on that type of complicated multi-team deal that would land him in L.A., with the Lakers. Need, sure. But is that a championship piece? I don't know. I don't think this team needs necessarily anything else at this point other than just to start working and putting time in together. And then you can kind of find out what your additional needs are. But you still got Jake LaRavia, you still got Dalton Knecht, you still got Jared Vanderbilt, you signed Mamush Kelishvili in the offseason, you got Quentin Grimes, you drafted Cameron Carr. There's a bunch of guys to figure out before you just add another guy, in my opinion.
Adu Thero, Zaire Williams, Matthias Thybulle. There are many wing options for J.J. Redick and the Lakers. What will be that ultimate determination? Of course, it is a football night in Los Angeles. 2 preseason games, the Chargers and the Raiders out in Houston in action. And there is one team more stacked than the Super Bowl favorite Los Angeles Rams. I can hardly believe it. The team might surprise you. We'll debate it next here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
That was, and I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman, what was this, 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago?
And that's
this
what he
is
remembers.
A person that was in that building as well and saw you run down there, and Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson, it's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's all.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, good series, after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, be well, thanks for understanding. He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I just got emotional again thinking about it. That's awesome. I think sometimes as a competitor, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy. Yeah. And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was, and I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman, what was this, 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago?
And that's what he remembers.
This is a person that was in that building as well and saw you run down there, and Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson, it's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's all.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, good series, after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, be well, thanks for understanding. He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I just got emotional again thinking about it. That's awesome. I think sometimes as a competitor, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy. Yeah. And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was, and I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman, what was this, 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago?
And that's what he remembers.
This is a person that was in that building as well and saw you run down there, and Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So,
which Cy Young ace do you trust more on the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen? Do you trust Tarek Skubal or Blake Snell? And I'll give you my answer right now. Of course I trust Blake Snell more. It's a man that's pitched in multiple World Series now, not only for the Dodgers, but for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's won 2 Cy Youngs the same way Tarek Skubal has. Tarek Skubal hasn't had the opportunity to pitch deep into an October. This is going to be potentially his first real opportunity. Doesn't mean I don't trust Tarek Skubal. Absolutely do. He's had about a B+ start and a B- start for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But first game out of the the microneedling surgery for Blake Snell, it was an A+. A+ start, A+ stuff. I can't stress enough how encouraging isn't even the word. Encouraging is that he threw 85 pitches. Incredible is that he dominated.
I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. Two-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain
The Los Angeles Rams have the reigning NFL MVP in Matthew Stafford. They have the reigning National Football League Defensive Player of the Year in Myles Garrett, who set an NFL single-season record with 23 sacks a year ago in Cleveland. They've got Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and Kyron Williams and many along the offensive line. They've got an all-pro performer in the secondary in Trent McDuffie, and yet one publication does not believe the Los Angeles Rams, Derek Fisher, is the most stacked team in the National Football League entering 2026. According to Bleacher Report and BR1000, which is their site's scouting department that goes through the 1,000 best performers in the league to form the most stacked and talented roster, the Los Angeles Rams, the hefty Super Bowl favorites, check in at number 2. Number 1... the Houston Texans. What say you? It's a good answer.
Yeah, a lot of these are like sources and rumors say when it's from some of the polls and like the ranking stuff. I do know the Houston Texans. I think over the last couple of years their defense has been
huge.
Like a lot of people have kind of really felt like their defense is a Super Bowl worthy defense. Mm-hmm. And so if you look at it from that perspective, if they have more players on that defense that are ranked higher than other teams, higher than like the Rams have, if the Rams have 4 guys on offense and 4 guys on defense and the Texans have all 8 guys on defense, right. I mean, sure, they could be a more stacked team, I guess. But it'll all come down to, I don't know if your team is stacked, you're still talking about would you bet on C.J. Stroud or Matthew Stafford?
Matthew Stafford.
Right?
Yeah.
So
pretty easy answer, I would say.
So then your team could be more stacked, but the other team could still be a better team. Mm-hmm. And so I'm rooting for C.J. Stroud to have a bounce back season, where he performs at an elite level. But right now, I would still pick the Rams as a team over the Texans, even if they are the more stacked team based on the rankings and the scouting or whatever.
The Texans have one of the 3 best defenses, maybe the best defense. The Seahawks also in that conversation. The Rams hoping with the additions of Myles Garrett and Trent McDuffie and maybe sometime in the next week or so, Aaron Donald along that defensive line to be in that conversation of one of the elite defenses in the National Football League. I think the Texans get the nod as the most stacked team because of that defense. Will Anderson Jr., Derek Stingley Jr., Azeez Al-Shire, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock as well. They've got a lot of talent on that defensive side. We just talked about some Pro Bowl names and some All-Pro guys in Anderson Jr. and Stingley Jr. But I do have a hard time believing a team could be the most stacked in the NFL when the most important position in the National Football League is the quarterback and it's C.J. Stroud, who won Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2023, but the production in the last 2 years has certainly been on the decline. We thought we might see C.J. Stroud tonight as they take on the Raiders in Houston, the first of 2 games on this NFL preseason slate on this Thursday. They got enough work in the joint practice, said D'Amico Ryan, so no starters tonight for Houston. Of course, we will get many a glimpse at Fernando Mendoza. To me, it is a no-brainer. The Los Angeles Rams, both based on expectation and talent, or even stacked nature on individuals, the most stacked team in the NFL entering 2026. Yes, Raj.
Hey, but how about for the NFC West? If we look at the rest of this list, and of course they have the 10 most stacked, or at least the ones I used, 3 of those teams on this list are from the NFC West, man.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a division, the Rams.
Hell of a division. Hell of a division, because checking in where? At number 8, the Seattle Seahawks, the reigning Super Bowl champs. Number 9, the San Francisco 49ers. I'd actually put the Seahawks a little bit higher up than that as well. The Niners, of course, a ton of talent on paper if they can remain healthy. The NFC West is an incredibly, incredibly difficult division. And if the Rams are going to play in a Super Bowl, you can literally paint the path, D-Fish, of how that is best done, because the Rams finished runner-up in the NFC last year to the Seattle Seahawks. You could argue because that game was in Seattle, the NFC Championship game. So the easiest way to have home field advantage is, first and foremost, you must win your division, but you've got the reigning Super Bowl champs in the Seahawks and the Niners there lurking as well.
Which, yeah, I think that's why some people, like, there's a ton of excitement around the Rams, of course, but there's definitely some football people and other folks that are still hesitant to go all in, I think, due to how difficult the division is going to be. Like, to win the NFC, like you say, you have to get out of your division. You have to survive your division first. And then, most likely, not only will you play those teams twice in the regular season, but you most likely will then, in a wild card or playoff situation, have to see that team for a third time. And so to see basically 2 of the top 10 stacked teams in the league 3 times in one season, that's difficult to navigate. And so, that opening day, night, morning, evening, whichever way you want to slice it in Australia, again, in terms of the Rams and the 49ers, like, that game could loom really large before either of those teams are playing anywhere near their peak potential, for where their regular season football is going to be. For sure. So, that game will have pretty significant implications, even though it'll end up being long forgotten about by the time we get, into October and November.
Yeah. The reason I hate it for the Rams is because that would be a divisional home game against your bitter rivals in the San Francisco 49ers, and now you are playing it a world away and down under in Melbourne, Australia. By the way, I've really been pushing Melbourne here on the show. It's how the Aussies say the town. It's not Melbourne or Melbourne. It's Melbourne, just for what it's worth.
Okay.
I don't know
so
if
the R is silent.
The R is silent. Melbourne. Just so we throw that out there for the good people of Los Angeles. And we can agree or disagree with this Bleacher Report list of the 10 most stacked teams in the NFL, but there is only one division that has multiple teams in the top 10 most stacked, and it is the NFC West, and they have 3. Again, the Rams are 2, the Seahawks are 8, and the 49ers are 9. D-Fish, this division has sent multiple teams to the NFC postseason 4 of the last 5 years. The only year not when the Rams won the divisional crown back in 2024. They have sent at least 3 teams to the NFC postseason 3 of those 5 years, including last year, in which the Rams, Niners, and Seahawks all won at least 12 games. And the priority and the focus on winning a divisional title is supreme, first and foremost, for the Rams. They play the Niners week 1, and then in 3 of their final 5 regular season games, they get San Francisco in Santa Clara. On Christmas night, they will take on the Seahawks in the NFC title game rematch in the Northwest for the first time. And then week 18 could decide this division, could decide the 1 seed in the NFC. It is the regular season finale in SoFi between the Rams and the Seahawks. And we saw that 2 years ago, where you could be one of the best football teams all year long. The Lions and the Vikings squared off in the final Sunday football game in the regular season. It was the Sunday night finale. It was the first time ever that late in the season two teams who had won at least 14 games or at least 13 games were squaring off, and whoever won that game would be the one seed, the divisional champ, and the other team would have to play in the wild card. So despite a 14-3 record for the Vikings, they had to go on the road in a wild card game where they lost to the Los Angeles Rams.
That's how, quickly things in the NFL week to week, can shift and change. I mean, not just the surviving the season from a physical perspective, from an injury perspective, protecting your quarterback, limiting turnover, like all the things that go into like winning football games.
Yeah.
But in that the final week of the season, that's also why football is king, in terms of fan engagement, interest, and intrigue, because it really does go down to the final week. So many teams still mathematically have a chance. These guys are out there laying their lives on the line all the way until the final play of the season, literally. It's part of it. And I think, as excited as we are for the Rams this season, they could be in one of those scenarios.
For sure.
As you said, going into that last week or two, playing the Seahawks twice in 3 weeks.
Tough.
That's tough.
A Christmas night game in Seattle for the first one and then back at home. Again, the Rams were in a pole position to be the one seed in the divisional champ last year. Week 15, the fluky Thursday night game when they blew that 16-point fourth quarter lead in the phantom 2-point conversion. But the result was the Seahawks winning in overtime, and the result was Seattle controlling home field advantage, and ultimately the result for the Hawks was a Lombardi trophy. We discussed this earlier from the lens of the Dodgers, and Dave Roberts, of course, the eventual goal being making history and winning a third consecutive World Series. But every week, because of the daily minutia that is baseball, having a short-term goal of accomplishing this. Hey, we are supposed to beat the Rockies. Let's go out there and put on a good offensive display and beat Colorado. Do you think Sean McVay is doing something similar in the Rams locker room right now? Our expectation is a Super Bowl championship in our own home stadium, but here are the clear and defined goals we need to accomplish for that to become more of a reality versus just expectation.
Well, I believe it's what makes Sean McVay so special, and I think in football they have a much greater ability. You're required to think week to week. Otherwise, you might lose your entire existence out there on the field. If you get too far ahead, if you're still thinking about last week, like you just get smacked like a Mack truck and then it's over. And so, but I think this year in particular, with the Super Bowl being in LA, with the addition of Myles Garrett, let us not forget the potential return of Aaron Donald.
Right.
Like, it probably will be an even trickier job for Sean McVay and the staff to really help keep the guys focused week to week, not thinking too far ahead. These guys know the division better than we do in terms of how difficult it's going to be to play against the 49ers and the Seahawks, et cetera. So I don't know if this team will have an issue staying focused week to week. It's just going to be the fact that they have to play two really good football teams, a total of 4 games in the regular season, 2-2, and that's what's going to make it tough.
At least they get the Cardinals twice when you play in the NFC West. We will set the stage for the Dodgers having the day off before their series this weekend at home against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and a doubleheader of NFL preseason action. That's next year as we close out the show on D. Fish and Decker.
And those of you that are mad, let me start by saying, shut up. Just shut up. If you're mad, how about this? If you're mad about the Tarek Skubal trade, let's start with something really simple. Who are you mad at? That is the first question you need to ask. Because if you're mad at the Dodgers, slap yourself in the face. I'm going to give you a minute because the Dodgers did nothing wrong. The Dodgers did nothing wrong. In fact, the Dodgers, I'll actually go a step further. They're the only ones that did anything right in this entire situation because the Dodgers get their hand on Tarik Skubal for giving up 3 prospects. Now, are they bad prospects? No, in fact, they're good prospects, but they sure as hell are not the prospects that are end-all, be-all that should have gotten this done. I couldn't believe the lack of haul that just came in for this price. So just so we're all clear, 3 prospects go over to the Detroit Tigers from the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they are the following. Zaire Hope, who is the Dodgers' number 5 prospect, followed by River Ryan, the Dodgers' number 10 prospect, and Brady Smith, a pitcher who is also their number 17 prospect. The Dodgers still have 7 prospects in Major League Baseball's top 100 list. They didn't even have to give away any of their top 4 prospects to get their hands on Tarik Skubal. And to the point where, if this was all it took, explain to me why anyone's mad at the Dodgers. Because if you're a fan of another team right now, you should be pissed at your team that you didn't. If you're a Milwaukee Brewers fan, you should be screaming at Matt Arnold, their GM. You should be furious that they did nothing. If you're a Rays fan, the Rays just gave up arguably like the same exact haul that the Dodgers just did to get Freddie Peralta, who's got like a 6 ERA this season out of the New York Mets. You're telling me they couldn't get this done? Throw an extra prospect in there. You're the Rays. You got endless prospects. Do something. I have no sympathy for anyone in baseball, and sure as hell no fan in baseball that's complaining about this, because this was more than a fair asking price, and there are many, many more layers to break down. But I just want to start with that. Everyone that's complaining and moaning that the Dodgers are ruining baseball, no. It's not one team ruining baseball. It's the other 29 teams that are currently ruining baseball.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even like darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to, of when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to like you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than.
The Dodgers finally have the day off. After 13 games in 13 days that came to a close yesterday on a Wednesday at Coors Field in a sweep of the Rockies, the Dodgers off today. They travel back to Los Angeles where they get ready to host this weekend for a 3-game set at the Ravine, the Pittsburgh Pirates. He is Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens. We will not see Paul Skeens at the Ravine this weekend. He pitched yesterday for the Buccos in their victory against the Tigers. Pittsburgh at the All-Star break was 3 games above 500. They were in that contention for a wild card spot in the National League. It has not been a great second half, D-Fish, for the Pirates. 13-9 post All-Star break, and with how good the Padres and the Phillies and the D-backs and certainly the Chicago Cubs have been, Pittsburgh will come to L.A. this weekend, 5.5 games out of a wild card spot, so more than likely not in that conversation. The Dodgers will come in after the sweep of Colorado. Many in Los Angeles have said, good, you're supposed to sweep the Rockies. They did that. How do the Dodgers look to continue that momentum with the day off today before they start tomorrow against Pittsburgh?
First of all, I enjoyed the day off. The first thought.
What did you do in your off days? Were you playing golf?
13? No. Heck no.
Not during your career?
No.
That has been a post-career thing for Derek Fisher?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, all you want to do on your day off is get off your feet. I don't even understand, but and the basketball guys, they don't practice as much as we used to. So I understand on their days off, playing golf makes sense. For baseball players, pitchers and certain guys, I get, still active recovery, go play some golf, go do something.
Yeah.
But some of the guys, if I'm a catcher, I'm sitting down
forever,
all day long.
Yeah.
I am chilling. In terms of the momentum coming off of that, I think there's individual momentum and then there's team momentum, and I think for guys like Mookie Betts and Shohei and some of the veteran guys that are feeling like they're swinging the bat well. I don't know if they'll do anything at all today. Sometimes the best way to continue the momentum is to really be an elite guy at recovering from all that you've taken your body through. So whether that's physical therapy, whether that's sleep, whether it's, hydrating differently, like there are ways to try and recover from the last 2 weeks that are just as vital to position you to like maintain a sense of momentum and be able to perform well going forward. Sometimes you're too tired to try to even do it though. So ideally though, man, the Dodgers being back at home, home can be tricky for veteran teams.
Yeah.
You say Dodgers got beat up against the Brewers. Like there's almost like my blood would get a little warmer, like beating teams on the road as a veteran guy. Like you just kind of, there was a little bit more like, your face kind of scrunched up a little bit more on the road. You needed the challenge of like almost like people rooting against you in order to get the best out of you. So hopefully the Dodgers can kind of, bring some of that energy home. I was talking to Cody about this a couple weeks ago, worried about Tarek Skubal and some of the new guys.
Yeah.
Like when the Boo Birds come out, because the team hasn't necessarily been playing as well. And then all of a sudden, a guy gets thrown into some boos, and then Kyle Tucker's getting booed, and certain guys getting booed.
Yeah.
That's sometimes home just isn't fun.
They know you too well.
Yeah, like you need to be out on the road.
Yeah.
So I'm hopeful the Dodgers can come home, get some home cooking, the fans can feel good about the team and they can keep it going.
Kyle Tucker was booed more at Dodger Stadium over the weekend than he was on the road at Coors Field. This weekend should be very fun for the Dodgers. Again, the Buccos not playing great baseball, but when you look at the probable starting pitchers, Friday night, it's Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Saturday, it's Tarek Skubal. Sunday, it is Blake Snell. That is the postseason October vision for Dave Roberts and his staff at the very start. We'll see what it means in terms of the results. And, of course, because the Dodgers are off, Derek Fisher hosting an NFL preseason watch party tonight to take in the Chargers at SoFi Stadium against the 49ers. 2 NFL preseason games, the Raiders in Houston, 5 p.m. Pacific time kick, and 7 p.m. in SoFi, the Chargers and the Niners. We all love some preseason football and certainly love playoff football as well. Derek Fisher might have 5 NBA championship rings, but I have won the final out 3 days in a row here on D. Fish and Decker.
Really?
So let's 3 days in a row.
Wow.
And
4, actually.
4 if you go back to last week against Cody. So the trivia knowledge, pretty good. We're going to look to make it a perfect 5 for 5. Have I just jinxed myself? We'll find out in just a moment on the final out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
Yes, gentlemen, that's right. It's time for another final out, and welcome back, D-Fish. And D-Fish does take these personal, by the way.
I can see. He's got a game face
No,
on
he
right
does.
now.
He does not like losing, and that's what made him so great in his career. He does not like to lose. But, guys, there's been a rage on what you can and can't put on pizza. I've seen even in Crossing Sports Radio airwaves, and, of course, this is National Radio Day, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, so congrats to us, I suppose.
Big holiday.
Yep, big holiday.
Yep.
But, gentlemen, they polled America, and they asked your favorite toppings on pizza. So the top 10 favorite toppings on pizza. And I'll just give you a hint. I'm not going to include extra cheese, as I feel cheese is already on there.
Yeah.
So extra cheese is one of them. So
Okay.
I took that
Good.
off. So, Champ, you're first. Why don't you go ahead and hit me?
Let's start with number 1. Has to be pepperoni.
Oh, you know how it is. Bonus points for the number 1. That's right.
I'm next.
Yeah.
Jesus, Fish, you know how this works.
I'm
It's your
champ.
show. You know how this works.
I'm
that's
champ
what I
now
thought.
here,
It's
though.
my show. I thought I might go first. You know what I'm saying? Let me go with sausage.
Okay, sausage number 2 on the list. Okay, you guys got the first 2 out of the way. I'm not a big sausage fan on pizza. It tastes a little weird.
I'll do a meat lover's pizza. I like
Okay.
all of that. All right,
Yeah.
we're going to go with a vegetable here. I'm going to go
Arteries all
mushrooms.
messed up.
Yeah.
Mushrooms are number 3 on the list. Yeah.
Firing.
Yeah,
Whoa.
he does.
You see that says champ up there on the new scoreboard that we got.
See what happened when you go
Yeah,
away?
man.
Yep.
Dang.
And even on National Radio Day to do this to you, that's messed up.
Crazy.
All right, we are looking for America voted the top, their favorite toppings on pizzas.
Wow. Chicken?
Say it with your chest, Fish.
I said it with my chest.
You said chicken? Say it with an exclamation mark.
Bro.
Come on, man.
I'm the challenger, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm asking if it's chicken.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah.
It is chicken is number 4.
Dang.
All right, there you go.
All right, it is the most controversial, but I think there was enough weirdos out there. Pineapple.
Number 5. Y'all going? You cheating?
In order.
Check the list out there, Crash. Go ahead and check the list.
It's not on the rundown for what it's worth.
All right. Yeah.
Crash
yeah.
has enough problems right
Yeah,
now.
it sure
Rush.
does.
Yeah.
Lord of
Come
mercy.
on.
Dang. See how they do you, Crash? Just see what happens, bro. Okay, so now we got it. All right, let me go with onions.
Scroll down. Number 9 on the
Whoa.
list. Number 9. You're barely hanging on. The favorite toppings on pizza. Number 9.
Trying to think of all the things that could be there. All right, in the idea of like what a combo pizza is, olives.
You said olives.
Uh-oh.
No. I'm looking.
Oh, I just didn't like that response, though.
Yeah, it's on there.
Well, it's on there. Let's see. We are going to have a new champion as olives are not on the list. Fish has broken the streak.
Talked a big game, too.
Yeah, you talked a
Talked a
big
really
game. You
big
big
game.
That
game.
boy back. That boy back.
Fish is back.
That's why it's called D-Fish
Yeah.
and Decker, folks.
Bacon was number 6. If you would have
Oh.
went with that,
peppers.
People
yeah.
like
I was,
peppers.
I was debating olives and peppers.
Meatball. I like meatball on pizza. I go with the little
Meatball and sausage, same thing.
Yeah,
No, it's different. It tastes different. Meatball and sausage taste different. And then salami beat out olives. So there you go. We have a new champ. Congratulations.
How does it feel?
Protein eaters.
Yeah, baby. That's like a huge meat lovers pizza.
yeah,
You're
no,
back in the
I mean,
chair, a championship.
Nah, I own the chair.
Wow.
Yeah,
That is you. Good. I like that. I like you.
So, what's the address, Fish, for your watch party tonight for the games?
My right eyelid and my left eyelid are going to be meeting at the same place during these games.
No.
Okay.
I'll send
It's always
you
good for the
address.
NFL
first quarter.
preseason football.
Yeah,
is a big thing. So we had the caller Josh from Venice earlier today.
Yeah.
Thank you for point 4. And I told you I would tell you my point 4 story.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'm 10 years old, right?
Okay.
I'm a huge Lakers
Thanks.
fan, diehard, big moment in my life. I'm a terrible sports fan. I get really mad when my favorite teams don't do what I hope. So Tim Duncan hits the shot with 1.7, 1.2 seconds remaining? Before
Tim Duncan?
Yeah, he hits the shot before you. Before point 4.
and that was it.
Yeah, and we're supposed to be over, right?
No.
Well, I run upstairs thinking the game is over. I am crying under my bed, D-Fish.
Got
I had
it.
bunk beds. I was so mad. I am crying under my bed. I'm like, oh, my God, the Lakers just lost to the Spurs. It's over. I hear my dad and sister still downstairs scream. I run back downstairs. They're like, you idiot. You just missed one of the greatest moments in sports history and Derek Fisher's point 4 shot. So I never witnessed it live.
What?
Yeah.
No, the game was not over when that shot
I know
went
why
in,
I thought
bro.
it was. I did have the shirt if it
on,
makes you feel
man.
any better, that Shaq's quote, one great shot deserves another.
Yeah.
So thank you. It's still I can still
Shaq
see
played
it.
great defense too on that
Yeah,
possession.
that was a beautiful shot.
Tim
by
Duncan still made that shot.
Yeah. All right. He's D-Fish. I'm Ben Stevens. We'll be back tomorrow on a Friday morning here at 6 a.m. But up next on the new 97.1 The Fan, it's Brock and Alex.
And you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
We back, baby.
and in your feed. Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join 5-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Have you ever had a head coach or manager just tear you a new ass? Because I have definitely had that done to me a couple times.
I was like so terrified of having that happen.
Really? Oh, yeah.
That
I was very lucky it was behind
like,
closed doors,
yeah,
but boy, oh boy, Bud Black tore me to shreds once.
Yeah, I mean, like my high school coach stopped the drill one time. Jerry Sloan, when I was with the Jazz, I was whispering on the side. He was talking about something on the other side of the floor, and I guess he could maybe hear me a little bit, and he just turned and was like, do you want to include everybody else in the conversation?
Oh, he went like school teacher.
Yeah, you want to share with the class?
Yes.
You
Yeah,
passing
yeah.
notes?
Yeah, and man, my high school coach, like he blew a whistle, and like we were doing like a 3-on-2 fast break drill, and I threw a behind the back pass. It was successful pass, but he blew the whistle like, don't you ever even think twice about doing that.
Did you ever do it in the league, though?
In the league, yeah.
Yes,
sure.
I'll take that, college
For
coach.
Sure.
And then do you get on the kids now for behind the back passes or a little showboating?
I do, but what I try to help them understand is there's a time and place for everything. Behind the back passes when it's a tie game in the first quarter is not the time to try something.
So when is it?
If we're up by a big score and the game is pretty much decided, you got a little bit more leeway. But even then,
Yeah, how do you do it without showing up those guys?
yeah.
now?
So that's the difference, though. Like I'm not going to embarrass you in the game, but they just know based on my body language and how I move on the sideline whether I approve or not. So they know, like, as soon as they do it and they look at the bench, and it's not a big demonstrative movement. It's just a
Just something small.
Something small.
Subtle,
and
so
they're
they
like,
know.
Coach is not feeling that.
Fernando
Gotcha.
Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw out there, the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's
Yeah.
really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The Force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if
banger.
you caught
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a,
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time. We love how much everybody called in yesterday. You can call us at 855-975-2326. Obviously, yesterday, a big topic of conversation was the Buss family drama. Bussin' with the Lakers.
Bussin'
out the Lakers. I don't know. There's so many different names. We got to find out, figure out what we're going to call this new drama. Because I don't want to be calling it another episode of Succession anymore. I've heard
you had a good one yesterday. It was like Jeanie in the 5 or something. You had a good one
Jeanie
yesterday.
in the 5?
We have to go back and find it.
I need to. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, what did I say?
You just casually
tell
dropped
me.
it on us, and it was fantastic, and now I'm blanking, but
Okay.
I will remember.
Not mad at Jeanie in the 5 bussing out the Lakers because, you know, they're slowly on their way out. But there is even more drama that dropped today that we'll get to in a little bit. So if you are still feeling a certain way about this, LA, you can call us at 855-975-2326. A quick shout out to all the parents who now have their kids back at school. Now being a mom and solo parenting while my husband's on tour, I understand the gratitude of having built-in help and your kids going to school. Does it affect our commute to work now?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, it does.
That was brutal. I was obviously,
insane.
I was off Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday I was like, oh, this is weird. Maybe it's just a fluke. And then today I was like, oh no, it's back to school. It's a whole different kind of commute now. But you guys, that's what we are here for, to keep you company, to have fun with you. We want to be a part of your day and just make you smile while you're sitting in that traffic, because it was crazy today.
Well, I hate to tell you, but it's going to get
What?
worse next
Why?
week once college starts up. Because, I guess coming from there will be a lot of UCLA commutes, but UCLA is quarters, so you have until late September there.
I don't hit it because
Okay.
I'm beach to mid-city.
But so you won't have to
or
take
Valley.
the 405?
No, I take La Cienega.
Then you should be okay. People driving to USC will.
I mean,
will
La
likely affect
Cienega
you.
says I'm literally bumper to bumper the whole way here. It
Okay.
just is what it is.
Yeah,
I am one with my time in the car. Again, that's when you tune in and listen to us and come hang out with us and call in if you want to complain about it. Because that's what we're here for.
We love the youth. We love them getting their education.
Like we love the youth. You train the youth.
But the traffic that they bring as they go to their learning buildings, it does provide a change. You know, you just got to set that alarm for 20 earlier minutes.
I know. Today it was like, well, that was on me. Yesterday I thought it was just a coincidence. I'm like, nope, definitely back to school. But you know what? We're happy you're here with us. We're happy to be here. There's a lot going on today. We got a couple preseason NFL football games that you're going to care about. Raiders at Texans is at 5, and then 49ers at Chargers at SoFi. tonight at 7. Obviously, we were talking about their joint practice that they had this week. A lot of unfortunate injuries to come out for the Chargers. 49ers are just beat up from the feet up. I don't know what the percentage is now, but I think because when we were talking about I want to call it the power plant, but what's a plant that's next to there?
The substation.
The substation that's next to the Levi Stadium. I think it's like over 22% of their roster was injured.
At one point during camp. Yes.
That's wild.
That is correct.
You cannot tell me that is a coincidence. Facts. Like there's a direct correlation right there. I'll put on my tinfoil hat, but there's a direct correlation. All right.
The 49ers did do an independent study.
Of course they did.
And they said nothing was found.
Yeah,
but
because they don't want to build a new stadium and they can't move the substation.
Until they get healthy, people are going to be looking sideways at them forever.
No, that is a $1 billion statement that they put out so they don't have to do anything else about it. And I heard players were actually like jumping on board and that was like questionable of if they go there.
Well, I mean, you have Christian McCaffrey who reportedly unplugs his Wi-Fi before he goes to bed because he doesn't want the Wi-Fi rays to get into his body while he's sleeping. So if you're willing to go that far, I'm sure McCaffrey has a ton of questions about the substation.
Oh, yeah. No, I grew up with that. My mom didn't keep Wi-Fi in the room. Our microwave wasn't in our kitchen growing up. Like, if you want to understand how hippie of a household I grew up in, like, I grew up with all this. We had little, like, things on our computers and phones, so, like, you're not putting it too close to your head. Like, I know and understand just because I was raised on a lot of these beliefs, but, like, that's a little too much of a, like, coincidence for me.
Tinfoil hat is on.
It's on. It's on and it's here, you guys. Also, Sparks, the Dodgers night at Sparks at Crypto, taking on the Dream, 7 p.m. We were giving away tickets the last few weeks to that. So shout out to all the Fangelinos that are going to be there tonight. I hope you have the best time ever. Get there early because the first 12,500 fans get that co-branded Sparks Dodgers jersey that looks super sick. But thank you for listening, and I hope you have the best time tonight. You are listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Let's get to some positive Dodgers here, you guys.
All right.
Because they completed the sweep last night, and I know so many people are like, you guys, it's the Rockies. Like, just stop. But again, like, Dodgers made it interesting, beating the Rockies in extra innings. But the positive part of, I think, this entire series is that the bats are starting to wake up. They're starting to come alive. And obviously game 1, it was more of like that offensive explosion. But last night it was clutch hitting in the right time. Freddie Freeman driving in the go-ahead run with that sac fly and extras. Kike Hernandez, his first home run since coming off the IL. Like, when Kike is doing well, the energy boost that it gives the dugout is so fun to watch.
It was electric to see, and I don't care what the Rockies' record is, to get a sweep in the major leagues is a very difficult thing, and it's even more important for a team that had spent the majority of the All-Star break kind of just on a seesaw going back and forth. And you just want some level of stability. And to have a sweep going into a day off, I hope that is the official reset of now it is time for the sprint. There are 36 games remaining. I will double check that, but I believe there's 36 games remaining before it's go time, and there's no more room for error. That is exactly what you wanted in that series. And I actually prefer that they didn't go out there and blow them out every single game. I like that for game 2 and game 3. The Rockies gave them a run for their money, of course, yesterday, going 10 innings, but even the night before that, really coming down to the wire. And I can't imagine a better way to really launch pad your way into some big time series. We got the Braves sitting around the corner. And then after that, it is all go ahead for the NL West, which hopefully will be locked up here in a couple weeks, and the playoffs. And I love that Kike was ready to rock. I love that Kyle Tucker, your guy, looks to be going a little better. Your guy, a little better.
He's my guy now?
Well, you are not. you're not the head of the Kyle Tucker fan club. You're head of the let's give Kyle Tucker good vibes club.
Yeah. I feel for the human in him.
Yes.
When he was down bad game 1, was that when he had the dropped?
That was the
drop
game
fly
4
ball
of Milwaukee.
No, I'm saying, but before he broke his 0 for 26, I think that was game 1.
Yes, that was game 1
in Colorado,
Correct.
where he dropped another fly ball and he was crying in the dugout.
That was
like
bad.
that was like rock bottom, I think, for him, getting caught crying in the dugout. My whole take, and I think we actually talked about it when we were doing the panel on Tuesday night at the Holly Shorts, of just like, my heart hurts for the human, you know? And again, I know it's tough to feel for someone when they're making $60 million a year and you were the big acquisition, but I have to imagine, like, the two biggest guys that the Dodgers got this offseason, and Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker, what is that feeling like, coming to a championship team and just like not being able to get the job done right away when everyone else is like, yo, like, we were the back-to-back champs. We brought you in to like help elevate us to the next level. You haven't done anything. Like, that alone right there has got to be like some sort of mental mind game for these guys.
It has to be. And that's why I bring up Tucker, because even though he shook off the cobwebs of the 26 hitless at-bats, when you come home starting tomorrow against the Pirates, it's basically a clean slate because you have to do it in front of the home crowd. So getting a hit is better than not getting a hit, but unfortunately for Tucker, until he does it at home, it's not going to resonate. But for him as a person, like you said, going out there and hopefully shaking things loose for what we hope is the last time, because as we said, with just over 30 games left, Dave Roberts now has no choice but to start making some tough decisions. Like, he doesn't owe it to Kyle Tucker. He doesn't owe it to Edwin Diaz to be part of the playoff rotation or the playoff lineup. From here on out, it's who are the 12, 13 best guys and who are the 10, 11 best pitchers. And then if there's a spot for you still on the roster, you can have the 25th or the 26th spot, but I'm not guaranteeing you anything. I need the 9 best every night.
I don't know if you can do that. If you're paying a guy $60 million, you brought in Edwin Diaz to be, I think Edwin Diaz is more of a not solidified position, because if he can't get it together, you can't continually hand your closer the ball and blow games, because that's how you're not going to make it to the World Series. And that's how Roki Sasaki became the Dodgers closer last season. There are 11 series left for the Dodgers. Okay. I would say after that, the next long homestand. So they're only home for 3 games against Pittsburgh this weekend before going to Atlanta and Detroit, which is going to be interesting with Skubal, because if Skubal can line up for Sunday, that's kind of like, I think, the day that he could get if it works out. He needs like a coming out game, because he's been decent, but he hasn't been the 2-time Cy Young Tarek Skubal that everybody has come to know. But he's also coming off the loose bodies surgery, which Blake Snell and Edwin Diaz has, and it's hard when you have comparables like that, where they all had the exact same surgery and they're all coming back at the exact same time. I mean, Tarek Skubal came back sooner than Blake Snell,
but still,
but Diaz and Snell, like, that is side to side, and it's like, well, Snell's like insane. Like, he's coming out. This is like one of the best Snell performances we've seen. And then Diaz is like, who is this guy? I don't even recognize him. And Skubal's somewhere in the middle. But all three of them dealing with that same surgery and recovery process. But if Skubal can have that kind of breakout start for the Dodgers, and if it happens against his former team in Detroit, I think that could be a insane wake up for this entire Dodgers team and kick it into high gear, kind of that last push in September through October.
Yeah, I would love for Skubal to show up with his new wife hanging out at the bar that his ex-wife hangs out at. And
I was like, wait, what? I haven't seen that he had a wife. You're doing an analogy.
Even though you know that it hurt the first divorce, you still have to show up with a smile on your face and say, this is where I am now. And that can go such a long way. Skubal hasn't hasn't put up Cy Young numbers. I will give him credit. He has handed off the ball in every single one of his starts to the bullpen with a chance to win the game, with the team in a position to win a game. Now, sometimes the offense doesn't hold up their end of the bargain. Sometimes the bullpen blows up. But to your point, I do think just a dynamite performance in front of your old thing and
your old flame,
and having your new flame right there with you mentally can make LA feel as home as it possibly can be for the final month and a half.
Yeah,
it really can.
And I don't think we talk about it. I mean, we kind of do, but like the mental gymnastics that these guys have to do when coming back. Shay, we have the Kike sound because after he hit his first home run since returning from the IL, he kind of talked about just that mindset, getting back into things.
I've been having a lot going on in my brain. Mechanics are off, and obviously not playing much. It's hard to work on stuff and feel like it's clicking. And today was one of those days where I said, "F it," just go out there and compete. And I was able to put 2 good swings on the ball and help the team win, contribute, which is nice. And hopefully, I can remember what I did today and keep it going.
Which is nice. I mean, he said it perfectly right there. And Kike is one of the most just big personality, confident. Obviously, Kiktober is a different person and player than regular season Kike Hernandez. But to hear Kike talk about it, he's one of the few guys that would probably admit that. Like, I was going through a tough time. Like, mechanically, I wasn't there. I'm not playing every day, so I'm not able to kind of work through it and push through it. And it's this mental gymnastics that guys have to go through coming off of injury. And you forget that because you're like, come on, like, you're getting paid millions of dollars to play a game. Figure it out. It's like, but they're also human. Yeah. Similar to, like, again, Kyle Tucker isn't coming off of an injury. His is just like a full mental situation. But I think Edwin Diaz right now being on the IL, and obviously his, I think it was MRI came back clean. So I feel like his is a similar mental situation right now.
Yeah, with Kike, he already was in the utility role, meaning he's naturally not going to get as many opportunities at the plate or in the field because he's not a typical starter. So then you add in the injuries, and now you're taking a guy who already gets less opportunities, and you're cutting those in half since he's out for half of the year. So him coming out guns blazing, what was always going to be kind of a shock, especially after he went 4 for 4 before his second injury. Or
he was batting 1,000. He was literally batting 1,000.
And it's a difficult thing for him because he knows when the playoffs come around, I come alive. Dodgers fans know when the playoffs come around, I come alive. And this is where I need to start finding my groove because time has told us I need to come alive, and there will be moments. Look at Miggy Rowe last year being the savior when his number was called after not being called forever. Look at Pages having to make an incredible play to be a savior defensively after his number hadn't been called for a while. So from Kike to Miggy Rowe to Edman, and then you factor in Kyle Tucker going through his things. Teoscar Hernandez kind of streaky at times, had an egregious error yesterday, misjudging a fly ball. I like seeing Kike do well because, like I said, him, Edman, and Miggy Rowe will be needed at some time, at some point. Alex Call is in the mix there as well. So it's important not just for the starters, but for the guys that we see less of when they get their opportunity to do what they can, because last World Series is Exhibit A of you may not have played for the past 5 days, but you have to go be a hero. So good luck.
I honestly love this origin story right now for the Dodgers, that like everybody isn't playing at their best. They're not first in the National League. They have a lot of injuries. A lot of guys aren't performing to the expectations we all want them to. So this gives them something to fight for, and this gives them something to work towards. And as we've seen, championship teams figure out ways to win. That's how they won the World Series in Game 7. Like, that was the most insane series and World Series I've ever seen. They know what to do when the pressure is on, even when they're not at their best. They're going to figure it out, and they're going to be okay. It's just going to be fun to see when it all clicks.
Rock
and all
that
comes,
Dodger blue, baby.
It all comes together. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, I don't know if we call it uncertainty here, but like, what's the future for Puka Nacua? We're going to dive into that when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this.
Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me for Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual one there?
Think about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real fifth? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named four. That's not true.
D-Mac, reminder, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe.
I'm Marlin from Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that, though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Holds up. Great. You're my boy, Blue.
Let's
go streaking. KFC.
You good?
How are you gonna bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake, and then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number 1. Can I get a cheer? That's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number one in something, so I'll take it.
You're number one in my heart.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early, and the door opened. I was the only person in the locker.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. You guys, we got some preseason football going down today. We got Raiders at Texans at 5, 49ers at Chargers, so at SoFi at 7 p.m., both tonight. So lots of action. Thank you, because there's no Dodger game tonight. So grateful for all of that. Got Angels at Astros, Dreams at Spark at 7 p.m. Rams will not be playing till this weekend. However, they are still a big topic of conversation throughout this preseason because of a couple of their guys. One of them being Puka Nacua, who is coming off one of the greatest seasons, best season of his career. However, we are still kind of waiting to see what and if the league is going to do in terms of suspension. And I think because of all of that, Puka is entering the final year, his final guaranteed year of his rookie contract. And if all of that off-field stuff didn't go down last season, I'm pretty sure he probably would have already been paid.
Yeah.
The Athletic's Nate Atkins believes it's only a matter of time before he gets his massive extension, but he stopped short of predicting that the deal will come from the Rams, which is really interesting. He reports that LA wants more certainty surrounding Puka before making that kind of investment, especially, obviously, the off-field concerns and the possibility of this suspension. And even though the Rams have publicly said that they want to keep Puka long term, and I think Puka would love to stay here in LA, he's seeing. So he just switched agencies and is now with the agency that just got JSN a 4-year, $168.6 million extension. Zay Flowers, 4 years, $140 million. All in the same draft class. And Puka led the NFL in 129 catches, finished second in receiving yards, and had 10 touchdowns last year. So the numbers on the field are not the issue. They were never the issue. The issue for Puka is everything that he did off of the field.
Puka had as good of a season as a wide receiver can have, and when you factor in how instrumental he is to the Rams offense, the number one offense in football, and how the Rams offense is only that good because he's willing to do things that no other wide receiver can do, which is block happily. He will dig out linebackers. He will insert himself as a fullback, and Jamar Chase ain't doing that. Justin Jefferson ain't doing that. Zay Flowers ain't doing that. JSN ain't doing that. So he was perfectly in line to be the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. At worst, he would be second, like $100,000 less than JSN or something like that. But the fact is he doesn't have that money. Because he had his issues off the field. Now, a quick update on the Puka situation, because there, of course, was an update like the second that we finished our show yesterday. Yep. So, a week ago, Adam Schefter did a full tweet blast of updated suspensions. The NFL typically tosses them all out in a big batch so that the media can report on it. And so, more importantly, maybe teams can plan, this guy's not playing. We need to figure out his backup situation because he's not going to be here for 1 game, 2 game, 3 games. Left tackle Alaric Jackson and Puka Nacua were not involved with that batch. What makes it tricky is that Puka Nacua's civil trial has been given a, quote, firm trial date of March 27th, 2028.
Ooh.
2028. So as a reminder, Puka is accused of biting a woman on the shoulder. He hasn't denied the bite, but he denied the intent, saying it wasn't assault. It was horseplay. The witness who saw the bite will give her deposition on September 7th, so here in a couple weeks, after Puka's team asked for that date to be pushed back. So with a trial date set for March 27th.
Well, also with the bite, it was anti-Semitic comments.
Anti-Semitic comments there as well. Yes, that's very important to it as well. The civil trial was set for March 27, 2028. The NFL is not going to wait 19 months to suspend Puka Nacua. They can't wait that long. Nor can the Rams wait 19 months to give him his contract because obviously after this year, he's a free agent. So that does really complicate things. And now what the NFL doesn't want to do is to suspend Puka and then through the trial find out, actually he's completely innocent of everything. They also don't want to not do anything and then through the trial find out, he's a monster. So but all they can do is rely off their independent investigation, and that same thing goes for the Rams' money. They want to be able to put into the contract protections to where if he acts out again, they can reclaim all the guaranteed money, but they need precedent in order to do that, and they're just not going to have time. So this really does complicate things.
And it's so interesting because as all this information was dropping last week, that's when he got pulled from the joint practice, and it was no one really understood what was happening during the Cowboys joint practice. Sean McVay said he had no idea. Matthew Stafford was like, I didn't see anything in particular that happened. Ended up coming out that he was recovering from deep core hip flexor soreness.
Ouch.
Is that like, so explain kind of like how and what that is and how it affects a wide receiver.
Yeah, so anything with your hip, your groin, or your abdomen, that kind of like triangle from your belly button out to your hip, down to your thigh, anything in there is tricky because as a wide receiver, you have to have speed, you have to have burst, and if you picture like a human body running, that triangle of the body is doing so much of the lifting of the leg and planting in the ground. So tiny little micro stresses in there, like even just a little bit of soreness can really affect your ability to run. So they have to be super cautious with that. But the timing was not great. But nothing about Puka's timing has been great over the last year.
No. So again, like, tinfoil hat on here for Curry. Like the timing was almost like too perfect for the situation because now he's not on the field. He's not having to do press conferences and interviews and talking about certain things. It's kind of diverting the conversation from what happened off the field to like, oh, how are you feeling? Your day to day. How is this? And it's like, again, I don't know if I'm giving PR or like his PR team a little too much credit here where it's like, well, now we're not going to talk about the other stuff because now we're just focused on like, oh, can he be healthy? Is he going to be healthy?
Well, Puka's PR team could use some advice because I don't know. Podcast episodes can be recorded months in advance. Sometimes they're recorded the day before they're released. But
yeah, they're not live.
In a very dumb decision, he went on one of the Paul Brothers podcast.
Recently?
It was released recently, which is why it would be the dumbest thing in the world for this to be recorded recently, but it was released recently. And he was basically just chronicling the dumb things that he's done at parties. And he was telling about how he was at Michael Rubin's house. He's the Fanatics guy, right?
He does the white party.
Yes. So he was at Michael Rubin's house. And he was a little drunk and walked through a glass door or something. But like, now is not the time to tell that story. Yes, it was technically harmless because I've actually done that.
I've done that.
Before.
I've done that.
We've all done it before.
Full speed in Mexico.
Yes.
Didn't see it. And the fact that it didn't shatter and break is like, it still gives me so much anxiety because I was like, that could have been so bad.
Right. But it's just to the point of you think you're telling a relatable story, but now is not the time to hear about you doing these things.
Your party things.
And if you're the Rams, you're sitting there like,
also,
dude,
like,
come on.
This party was after he went to rehab.
So that's what's tricky is they haven't specified. Again, I'm gonna be honest. I can respect what the Paul brothers do. I ain't listening to that episode even if Puka's on it.
Yeah.
I don't know if the clip I saw did not specify if this was him chronicling his worst days or if this has happened since the rehab.
Well, no,
stint.
he was just at the white party. It was a couple like it was like last month. It was right before Taylor and Travis's wedding.
So
it was that week.
He didn't see all
and I
he
saw
said,
photos of him at that party.
Okay, well there you go. So all he said was it was at Michael Rubin's house. I'm assuming Michael Rubin has a lot of parties and a lot of houses.
That's his big the celebrity party.
I know that. I'm just saying to be as factual as possible. Okay. The clip did not state that, but
all right.
the signs clearly can point to that. That being said, it's just not the time. And if you are the Rams, you're sitting there saying, wow, Puka's since OTAs, Puka has been making good decisions. He's acting right. He's working hard. A little banged up with the groin, but things are going well. And now his worst days are now re-entering the media ether, if you will. Like, just timing wise, I just can't wrap my head around why he would agree to that being released right now in the middle of all of this.
Whoa. Again, like the headlines that are coming out from this, Puka Nacua calls out Rams NFL contract and Matthew Stafford. Like, that's one of the headlines from this.
Now is not the time to be doing podcasts. Now is not the time to be in front. You should only be in front of a camera. I need to
actually watch this.
It's just really frustrating. So if you are the Rams, why this is such a big bind? Like I said, The Puka Nacua civil trial is set for March 27th, 2028. That is 19 months away. The NFL cannot wait 19 months to suspend him. The Rams cannot wait 19 months to pay him if they so choose to. So they have to decide, how do we think he is going to act? Because they have to pay him before November at the latest. Because if
before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You're putting like a Thanksgiving kind of
I think that's a good
timeline
deadline,
on
yeah.
this.
Because if you are Puka and you get that close to the late of the season, you're going to say, oh, well, let's just make this a bidding war. I'm just going to finish this year. I'm going to have good stats. We're going to go to the playoffs, hopefully go to the Super Bowl. I'm just going to have this be a bidding war. Whereas if you're the Rams, you want to sign him before those conversations can happen.
This is the tough question. Like, if he doesn't get his act together, and can he get his act together, is it worth giving him that kind of money? Because as we've seen, that there was like back-to-back situations last season, whether it was the anti-Semitic gesture that he made on the podcast, then it was tweeting out at the refs right after the game that Sean McVay had to address in the post-game presser that he had it was like literally live happening while he was talking to the media. There was the drunk situation at the Super Bowl where he was calling out and making fun of Sam Darnold. And there was videos of him like stumbling into his SUV, his car. And then I think this was New Year's Eve is when the situation happened with the bite, and that's what he's getting sued for, the anti-Semitic comments again. So there is a timeline of repeat behavior that we know of. This is just the stuff that was very public or was made public when it happened. And then, as you mentioned, I didn't even see this podcast. And to see what the headlines are, I need to watch this tonight just to kind of like really see and understand, because if he is talking about being drunk at that party when his whole thing is like, I cleaned up my act this offseason, I went to rehab. When I hear rehab, I'm like, okay, you went because you were maybe acting these ways because you were maybe drinking too much and I needed to get that under control. That to me now is like, oh, that was just a PR stint to be like, oh, I went there, I cleaned it up, now we're going to be okay. Because that is the name of the game here, especially in Hollywood. You hear a lot about that. I don't know personally. We don't know personally. All we know is what's being reported or what Puka puts out there. But with that being released and then him being pulled from practice, waiting on a suspension and being day to day with an injury, not a lot of positivity coming out of Puka Nacua's camp right now.
Not a ton. In regards to, do the Rams end up paying Puka Nacua? If Puka can go the entirety of the season without any new legal issues, legal situations of any kind, or other stories coming out that are going to be added on to the March 27, 2028 trial, they do end up paying him, but there will be a ton of language in there that allows them to get out of guaranteed money if he does get in trouble again, and it's Puka's agent's job, new agent's job to limit that language as much as possible, and that will take a very long time to figure out.
Crystal ball. Pulling out your crystal ball. Is Puka a Ram following season? Not this season, obviously, but the following season.
Yes. To the somewhat reluctance, but also overwhelming excitement of the Rams, yes. And then they just hold their breath on March 27th, 2028, and unfortunately, they're not going to know if they made the right decision until a couple years from now.
But you said if you put something in, like if he's like seen guilty or something like that, can also be something in the contract, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
To where, so what you can put in contracts is, I'm going to give you $100 million, all of it is guaranteed. But if you get arrested between this date and this date, you have to give $80 million of that guaranteed money back, and now we only give you that money based off of good behavior. It's basically putting you on punishment and giving you an allowance instead of having it be guaranteed.
I feel like he's the kind of player, though, that needs to be like, he needs a handler. He needs an allowance. He needs someone with him at all times. Like, I know a lot of like the top celebrities and he hasn't been paid that yet. But if he gets this contract, and the only way he's going to get this contract is if he starts acting like a decent human being off of the field. That's a worthy investment.
It's also something
That's
you can
a smart investment.
It's also something you can put in the contract.
Yeah, you have a handler.
You have to have this person with you from Thursday night to Monday morning
during the season,
whenever you are out socially. So that language and all of those things are going to be worked out forever. It's going to take forever, as if the money wasn't enough of a thing to discuss.
Is crazy.
But because the trial is 19 months from now, it's going to come down to a lot of that language.
That's so crazy. I mean, but that's also like very common in, I'm going to say, in the world of music and rock stars.
I can
and
see
like,
that.
I've seen a couple athletes have that. It's going to be interesting. Puka, just think about the generational wealth and keep it together. All right, guys. We got to take a quick break. When we come back, do you care, LA? That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex.
Room and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season.
Yeah.
And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So yeah, that was it's my Dodgers.
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, "You right, that was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault."
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It sounds like he's trash.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
So, Chris Shula, future head coach. I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but what is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now. I'm going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had my journey where I've moved around. I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is, can you rush forward? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know this is probably going to be another segment. We got a great guy that will help us do that. But can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man so you don't know if it's zoned, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's, where the landscape of the league is going towards, of where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition.
There we go. There we go. Talk about it.
So
let him know.
It's funny because I try to do that, like in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? That was all
right.
Because that was flawless. That was flawless. But yeah, so. You have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nicky Memori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is a passing league. Most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass? Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability to do that on defense, that's huge. And I think that is where the league is going. You're getting these kind of bigger bodies, whether they're in the slot, deep, or outside, that can just do it all. Can they blitz? Can they play zone? Can they play man? Can they play the run? Can they play the pass? And if you're able to do that, you can change the math on defense. You can do so many different things. And what we've been talking about is we're not trying to give off these telltale signs. You can run 6-1. You can put that.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. But right now, let's bring in producer Shay.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
LA, how we doing? It's the ambassador of the airwaves, producer Shay.
I
think that one's pretty good.
Alex liked that one.
Not
I can hear
bad.
it.
Shout out to Mitch, though, because I goes, what should I do today? He goes, ambassador.
Ambassador.
So I had to
love
do
that you
something
used
with
one of your
ambassador.
lines for your Instagram post today.
Oh, yeah, the Duke of Do You Care?
The Duke of Do You
I think
Care.
that's been the best. It's
That
either,
should you
it's
just
pretty
stick
good.
with it. You don't need a new one every day. I think
need
you find your name and you stick with it.
I change too much, man.
Like
I
the
adapt.
Duke of Do You Care wearing your Cinderella dress at the Dodgers game is a beautiful, that should just be your, the logo that
the logo
pops
every
up.
time.
Yeah.
If you guys want to see what Alex is talking about, check out my latest Instagram post on producer Shay. But this is Do You Care LA, the segment where I tell Alex and Brock different stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care from a sports perspective, guys. The first one happened last night. It was a 5-team trade involving the Cavaliers, Nuggets, Clippers, Wizards, and Hornets. So Cleveland lands Peyton Watson and Cam Whitmore. Denver gets an unprotected 2031 Cavaliers first-round pick after moving Watson. Washington adds Trey Mann, while Charlotte gets Dennis Schroeder, and the Clippers end up with Max Strus. The biggest move is Watson, who signs a new 4-year, $88 million deal with Cleveland after averaging 14.6 points last season. 5 teams, a bunch of players, a huge headache for the front offices, I'm sure. Do you care, LA?
This is why I care. Max Strus going to the Clippers frees up, or hopefully frees up, Jonathan Kuminga to come to the Lakers. So Peyton Watson was sent to Cleveland, and Cleveland was deciding between Peyton Watson and Jonathan Kuminga. If that's not enough, just about an hour ago, James Harden signed a 3-year, $97 million deal, effectively saying Jonathan Kuminga needs to not play here because there's not going to be the money that you think there's going to be. So right now I care because Jonathan Kuminga's decision typically will come down now to 2 teams. It will be the Timberwolves, who can't even pay him as much money as the Lakers can, or the Lakers. I care because this is a massive step. Strus to the Clippers, Peyton Watson to Cleveland, and Harden opting in, all connected to each other. This all leads to Kuminga eventually being a Laker.
Yeah, that's the only reason I care here. I saw, every other team that was a possibility in the fight to get Kuminga just got somebody. Like everybody else that was kind of in the conversation found a home. And with all the crazy, just I don't even know if I want to call it a dumpster fire, but just like the
This is
drama that's going around the Lakers organization right now with ownership and the Buss family drama. Like, I'm happy that he's taking his time and there's no rush because the Lakers are in no rush right now. I think today is the first day of the Luka Dončić training camp all in Slovenia. So, like, they're all on the other side, like, of the world doing their whole thing, trying to find team chemistry while, like, the ownership situation is trying to get solidified here in LA. And Jonathan Kuminga was like, I'm in no rush. And you know what? I think that whole weird timing is going to work out in the end for the Lakers. And if, again, does ownership change affect players' decisions of wanting to go somewhere?
The stability does. So if you have options and you're looking around and you feel that Team A and Team B are in similar standing and have the same amount of chance to make the playoffs or win a championship, it comes down to city. And if you think that the cities are comparable and the money's comparable, then it just comes down, okay, what's a more stable place? What place am I still going to be happy at 3 years from now? So it does factor in, but because Kuminga has waited this long and really only has two options left, you could argue that the Lakers and Timberwolves have the same amount of playoff standing, but I would hope he would prefer to live in LA.
And play with Luka.
And play with Luka.
If Luka wants to stay, though, too, because like
is a factor.
That's the other. He is the leader and face of this franchise now, and he has like a 3-year but opt out after 2.
After not this season, but the season after, he can opt out pretty much without any hassle. So I think the Lakers and Timberwolves are similar in that the Timberwolves bringing in LaMelo Ball is kind of a last-ditch effort. If not, they probably decide to blow it all up and get a haul for Anthony Edwards. So I do think they're actually similar standing. So it just comes down to, do you want to play with Luka or do you want to play with Ant? Because there's no guarantee either of them are going to be there for the long term. But hopefully that is not the case for the Lakers because he comes here and he has success.
Yeah. So we care because it feels like this is good news for the Lakers getting Kuminga.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you care, LA? We were just talking about that massive 5-team trade that happened. The players weren't that big, but it was definitely a massive implication for the front offices. We cared, but not really for the reasons you thought. You can tune in on the Odyssey app to find out why we cared. On to the next one, guys. James Harden joins the $500 or $500 million club. James Harden is getting another huge payday. This just came out like 20 minutes ago. Harden has agreed to a new 3-year, $97 million deal to stay with Cleveland. That pushes his career earnings to $511 million, making him just the 4th player in NBA history to earn more than $500 million. The others, LeBron James, KD, Steph Curry. Harden turns 37 next week and will become just the 2nd player to ever sign for more than $90 million guaranteed at just 37 or older. Do you care, LA?
It's just weird because he doesn't have a lot to show for it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And it's like...
if you look at LeBron, Kevin Durant, and Steph Curry, there is a glaring thing that they have that James Harden...
Rings, baby.
To James Harden's credit, I'm sure he wants a championship because he is a competitor, and the lazy narrative around him has kind of jumped the shark a little bit. He is a competitor, and he wants to win, but he is, above all, a bag getter.
Yeah.
And I think Kirk Cousins is kind of a fair
I was going to say,
comparison.
both their agents need to be studied.
Yeah.
Both
still
Kirk
bags,
Cousins
man.
and James Harden, like, they're not their names have been like, there's a lot of like hope in what they can bring to a team, but not a ton of like results in terms of like playoff championships.
Yes, never been considered the best at what they do in any season, but typically they show up and make a situation better than it was before. And 37 years old to get that much money. It is important to remember, though, with the NBA, every contract looks crazy, and then 2 years down the road when everyone's getting $37 million, you're sitting there saying, or $97 million over 3 years, you're saying, okay, that's not that crazy. But as we sit here right now, it looks insane. And congratulations to James Harden, who is of Los Angeles. Shout out to Artesia High School. If someone has to be ringless and get $500 million, I'm glad they're from LA.
Would you rather make $500 million or have 5 rings?
I will say this. As a former player, I would rather have $500 million. If you asked me while I was playing, I wouldn't even consider an option other than the 5 rings.
Ooh, we should get a poll going. Can we get a YouTube poll going?
Yeah, we'll put it on.
Would you rather make $500 million if you were a player or have 5 rings?
Because that's the argument. Like, Robert Horry has 7 rings, I think. But Robert Horry is, sorry to pocket watch here. He played in a different era where contracts weren't this bloated. I bet Robert Horry would love to have $500 million. You know, like now, I would hope that Robert Horry has and I'm using him just because he's a Lakers legend in his own right. I would argue that he made enough money to where if he made smart decisions, that'll last him the rest of his life. So does it really matter whether it's 60 mil or 500?
Working.
No, but he's still doing things.
Yeah.
But I would love the perspective of someone who was a role player that stacked a bunch of rings versus a superstar that made a lot of money like James Harden, but
the man who sits in your seat in the first show.
Maybe Derek Fisher's the person that we ask. Yeah. I would love to ask him.
Guys, I think this is easy.
What?
It's generational money or something your grandkid sells to a thrift store.
Whoa.
For real. That's what it is. It's like it's important to you. It's important to maybe your son. And then maybe it's important
but it's
to
a
your
legacy.
grandkid.
So some people want like legacy, and that's what being a part of 5 championships would be, and having those you will always be on a pedestal if you have that kind of success.
Which is why I highlight right now how easy it is for me to say $500 million. But when I was playing, how easy it would be for me to say 5 rings. I also didn't win a ring. So maybe winning 2 or 3 rings makes you realize, this feels great, but maybe there's more to it,
it would be interesting to ask Charles Barkley, who is like one of the greatest and doesn't have a ring, but like I'm sure he makes mills. Not 500 mil now,
plenty, but yeah. This is fascinating.
5 rings,
James Harden,
or 500
look what
mil,
you did.
Like at the peak of your career. I'm taking 500 mil.
I am too.
I'm taking 500 mil. I'm investing
I am
that.
Too.
It's generational.
Yes.
That is.
It's the generational aspect of it. It's the idea that legacies don't go anywhere, but they do fade unless you're Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or Shaquille O'Neal. It's because at the same time you could also give your grandkids 300 mil and they could just blow it and ruin that aspect of it too. So I guess once it's out of your hands, it's out of your hands. Oh, this is tough.
Or it's gonna get like a spicy trust legal battle like we're seeing right now with the Buss family.
6 kids fighting over all your money.
Yeah, Jeanie versus what I say, Jeanie and the 5.
Jeanie and the 5.
Jeanie and the 5.
You can split money. You can't split rings. Also,
Buss. Yeah, you can. You can sell it and split the money you use to sell it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
Congrats, James Harden.
Speaking of that, we're diving into how messy this Lakers and Buss family situation is getting. Hour number 2 next.
In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip to Hawaii in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. The one and only Cody Decker.
Yeah.
Wow. There he is. Pitch black outside. I heard rumor has that he slept out there.
So, Cody, do you think it's just bad luck, or is it just a sign of the times that your first vacation in more than a year comes in the middle of Hurricane Lila?
One, I would appreciate this hostile work environment to calm down just a tick. This is my first time I've been not working in a full year, and I walked it right into, as Raj put it very, very eloquently, into a goddamn hurricane. And yes, this has been nuts. Absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit. We are better. We are better. We are better. It is humid as hell, though.
Who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why. He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was awful. He was awful at the plate, 0 for 17. He was awful in the field. Now, granted, a tough play towards the right field wall, but, buddy, we're paying $60 million a year. Run into a goddamn wall every once in a while.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
So I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling. Like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right? Then you saw them play the Cavs.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Rudy Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to be feeling back home myself. Practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of out there, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. I definitely being able to scream.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And we love when you are a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream or you want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. We had a lot of people call in yesterday regarding this next topic we're about to get into. And it just feels like every day you wake up to a little more information, a little more news. And I'm happy that we've gotten to start the show with some positivity other than just kind of bashing the whole Lakers-Dodgers ownership situation. Because that kind of felt like what a lot of yesterday and this week has been. But hey, Fangelinos, if you're listening and you haven't had a chance to call in and vent and get how you're feeling off of your chest, please call us at 855-975-2326. We are here for you. But welcome to another episode of Bussin' Out the Lakers, Jeanie and the Five. The battle over the Buss family's remaining Lakers ownership stake is getting even messier, you guys.
Lay it on us.
It's getting even messy. And what's so funny is Shams is getting dragged into this. ESPN's NBA insider. So Jeanie Buss's legal team called part of his reporting inaccurate. Shams originally reported that 5 of the 6 Buss siblings agreed to sell the family's remaining shares to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, who bought the majority stake from Mark Walter last week. Now, Jeanie Buss was the lone sibling who did not agree to the sale, and her attorneys later argued that the vote was invalid and that Jeanie has final authority over whether the family stake can be sold below the 15% ownership threshold. Now, Jeannie's legal team also specifically pushed back on Shams' reporting that Shams responded on Wednesday and said he fully stands by what he reported. He clarified he never reported that all 6 siblings voted to sell. And his reporting was that at least 4 of the 6 votes were needed under the tag-along provision, and that the other 5 Buss siblings believe their 5-1 vote is enough to move forward with the sale.
So,
yeah,
yesterday through our various callers and really just throughout the past week since this news has broken, I would argue there has been an overwhelming slide toward being hashtag Team Jeanie, as you said.
Hashtag Team Jeanie.
I am still on Team Jeanie because I want a member of the Buss family to always be associated with the Lakers. She doesn't need to be 15%. I don't care if she's governor. I just think from a symbolic standpoint, having someone with the last name Buss with even 1% of ownership means a lot. However, the more digging I do, the more I realize she's the villain.
Oh, go on.
So
go on.
Okay, as we know, Jerry Buss. There's so many J names.
Yep. J Buss.
I have to talk so slow to get all the J names. Okay, Jerry Buss passes away. In his will and testament, he essentially says Jeanie is going to be the face of the operation. All of you will have your share. You'll all have voting power. I need 4 out of 6 of you for something to go through, etc., etc. But this is Jeanie's thing. She is the chosen one. And of course, the other Buss siblings do have roles. Jeanie, upon taking power, and some couple years go by, these are the dark final Khobi years where they were winning 26 games a year, 17 games a year. She fires her brother Jim as VP of basketball operations. The tie with Jim is now severed. He is completely blindsided by it. Jim goes to another one of their brothers, Johnny, and says, this is unfair. Johnny says, you're right. That is not something a good family member should do. I'm on your side. Let's try and unseat her. They try to pull off a coup to unseat Jeanie as the head of this thing. Jeanie, now, of course, her tie with Johnny is severed. There is another sister, Jeanie, who had an administrative role directing the Lakers' charitable services. She was told that role would be put somewhere else this recent November. Jeanie is upset. Why Jeanie is super upset is because as the years went on, Jeanie told Jeanie, I know that they don't support you, but I support you. Whatever you vote for, I'm also going to vote for. Like sisters versus brothers kind of thing.
Yeah.
So she's sitting there saying, what the heck? Over the past 10 years, I've sided with you on everything. I've given you my vote, and now you're removing me from a role that doesn't even affect what we do on the court. Jeanie says, well, this is Mark Walter's show now, and that's how it's going to go. Finally, the 2 youngest brothers, Joey and Jesse, they never wanted to sell the team because they would lose their role in it. And then they end up being convinced by Jeanie to sell the team because initially Jeanie was the only one that wanted to sell. She eventually convinced all of them to do it, including Joey and Jesse, who were the most reluctant to do so. They finally agree to it, and they immediately lose their job at the Lakers. I don't know if you watched Breaking Bad, but the genius of Breaking Bad is you realize around season 3 or 4, like, oh, I'm rooting for the bad guy.
Yeah.
That's kind of the moment I had yesterday where it's like, I'm still rooting for Jeanie, but she is the villain.
So interesting because there's a lot of anonymous kind of reports kind of coming out, and I'm trying to remember where I heard it or read it, but the source was not given.
Okay.
This is not necessarily confirmed, but there was a rumor that when Jeanie was trying to get LeBron to come to the Lakers, there might have been a conversation with Khobi of like, how do I do this? And it was along the lines of, you got to clean things up. And you got to clean things up. And the timing, whether it was true or not, because there isn't like an exact this is what went down, but those are some other rumors that were coming out. And she has always kind of been that, as we talked about yesterday, the chosen child to really take over and run this Lakers business and show. And when I heard that, and again, this is rumors. So like when you think about it, though, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, Khobi obviously not necessarily riding off into the sunset with those pretty brutal years, not individually, but as a team. And who better would know what a future free agent superstar would look for in their new home than Khobi regarding his relationship with LeBron and other superstars, and of course, most importantly, having firsthand experience of the heights of the Lakers with multiple runs and then the very, very low lows of winning 17 games and a bunch of young guys who are acting out on Snapchat. And he's looking around like, what the heck is going on at this organization that I care so much about? That is interesting. And what makes it so fascinating is from a basketball standpoint, trying to just call balls and strikes, making it black and white, X's and O's. It was the right call that this team is terrible. We have to start over. And those decisions have to be made, but
also like we need to get non-family members in here running the show.
And that's where the siblings not named Jeanie have their case. It's, well, you didn't, from their perspective, you didn't earn this. Dad just chose you.
But she did because she was working alongside her dad from the very beginning.
But the siblings are going to sit there and say, so were we. And we had actual titles on this team. You were just his right-hand man.
Well, that's arguably probably way more important because you're overseeing the entire operation of the ownership and the team.
She was chosen for a reason.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jeanie Buss chose her for a reason. I just mean Not until yesterday did I fully put myself in their shoes and realize how justified their gripe is to them collectively.
I mean, it was like it's exactly what you think it is. Like she decided, it's just crazy. Like she decided to sell the Lakers. She sold her family's identity. Basically, that is the entire family's, the Buss family's identity. And you kicked your siblings out of it. Now, probably not the best business decision if you still wanted to be involved in all of this, but it did open the door for backstabbing family drama. And they were going to be patient about it. They were going to wait for their opportunity to get their revenge. I don't think anybody thought it was going to happen in under a year, but that's exactly what happened. And with the other siblings coming out with their statement on Monday is still so funny to me, where they said, we love the Lakers, Laker fans, and will continue to support Los Angeles, but it's time to use this opportunity to move on and exit gracefully while we still can.
That phrase is as loud as a
while
tornado
we
siren.
Still can. No, like what they're going to do is they're going to go down kicking and screaming with lawyers, publicly, family drama, which honestly, by the siblings doing this, even if Jeanie does come out on top, if you're the new ownership, is this what you want to deal with? If you just paid $12.5 billion to take over this team, to just bring a piece of that family drama with you?
Which is so interesting regarding Jeanie and wanting her role. She is reportedly ready to buy back into, like, if the siblings win the lawsuit and they are legally forced to sell all their stakes, she's reportedly willing to take that money and the various millions, billions, whatever it may be over the years and buy back her 15% because she desperately wants this director role. But I do think it ties into when this is your identity, and this is essentially for all the kids, all you've done, because what made the Lakers special was that they didn't make their money in oil or banking or insurance. They made it through basketball. I wonder how much of this is just all the other siblings saying, we don't know what else to do, and you ripped our heart from us.
Yeah.
And so now here's our chance to do the same to you. And Jeannie's essentially saying, well, I don't know what else to do, so I'm just going to buy back my shares so that I can keep voting for the Lakers as the director.
Do we think we have, like, seller's regret right now? Because, like, if you wanted to stay involved, don't sell the team. Don't sell the team.
And that is where the siblings have a case, because the ultimate irony is None of them wanted to sell to Mark Walter.
Yeah.
Jeanie was the first one who was convinced, and then one by one, the siblings all came on board, except for Joey and Jesse. But because there was going to be a 4 for yes, 2 for no, in order to avoid the negative press, they just said, fine, we're going to vote yes, but you all know that we don't want to do this. But Jeanie was the first one who wanted to do it and had to convince everyone else. So the fact that now all of them want to sell and she's the only one that doesn't is kind of just
karma?
The ultimate irony. If you want to call it karma, you can call it that. And I completely understand now if you were a sibling wanting to say, what is the pettiest thing I could do right now because I don't have a role there.
Yeah.
I'm still going to make all the money. Yeah, screw her. And that's what the 5 siblings are trying to do.
It's just wild again because like now you look at the new ownership and Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. And I will ask this question again. Do you even want this family drama with this new look Lakers team and now new ownership?
If I just collected $12.5 billion in assets and money and leverage, and I'm already stressed out about enough going on and trying
they're not
to
stressed. They're
and
billionaires.
stressed regarding trying to win over the city, trying to convince
Are
Luka
they?
that
Have
he
they
wants
even
to
come
stay.
out and talked to us yet?
They haven't, but I would be absolutely shocked if they do not feel the overwhelming negative response to this. I understand that they live out in Malibu in fancy homes, but they have Twitter. If you are the CEO of Disney, you are aware of what the public thinks, and I would be shocked if they are not aware the public thinks we do not like this and we do not like you. And if keeping the Buss family on board is going to make us look better and smooth this transition, we will do that. But if you guys are just going to fight amongst each other, people already hate us. You know what? We're just going to cut bait and say, actually, Jeanie, we're not even going to sell you your 15% back. You need to go down the road. And I'm sure that's on Jeanie's mind.
Honestly, I don't see why they would keep her on or why they would let her buy back in. Like,
No.
you made the decision to sell. At that moment, especially like the amount that you sold, like you made your bed. You took the bag. You took the bag over the ring. The ring was the Lakers.
Full circle.
She decided to get her bag. And it was insane. I mean, it was the biggest sports team sale in history, $10 billion at the time. And it's crazy that Mark Walter then flipped it in under a year for an extra $2.5 billion. But like the moment you make the decision to sell the team, like you're out. Like whatever happens next, you're out. Like you see it with big companies when they get like another company comes in and buys that company and they say, oh yeah, we're going to keep you around for a bit. We're seeing it right now with ESPN buying NFL Network, like right in our realm. And everyone was like, oh no, we'll keep you. And then it's like, once the contracts run out, they're like,
yeah,
I don't know. It wasn't like you weren't. That wasn't our deal. That was
Right.
your deal with the previous leader, and that's kind of what this whole situation is. Jeanie made this deal with Mark Walter. Now Mark Walter is selling the team. You have nothing.
Yeah.
You have nothing.
And it was written into their initial sale to Mark Walter that Jeanie would remain as director. It was agreed upon, maybe verbally, this is all just reports, but that initially Kushner and Iger would allow Jeanie to hold her seat, but that was before all of this. And again, they could very easily just say, yeah, we know we agreed to that, but now that we're not legally obligated to do any of this, no,
Well,
she's
I
not
think
gonna
there
do
was
that.
some like quote where they're like, yeah, we'll honor it, but also things might change.
Yeah.
So that right there is like giving themselves permission to let anything happen.
It's just so sad. I know we said this yesterday, but like, things like this aren't supposed to happen to the prestigious franchises like the Lakers, and I'm not going to call it embarrassing because my last name is not Buss, but as a Laker fan, it's just such unfamiliar territory to see your team talked about as kind of a laughing stock amongst your various group chats with all your friends. I've never been in this place. Like for some reason, when the Lakers were winning 20-something games a year, with a bunch of 18-year-olds running around doing dumb things on Snapchat, I could deal with that.
Yeah.
This is just like a needle under my thumbnail just digging at me, and I don't know how to react because it's so weird. It's so sad, and you know what it is?
What?
You can lose games and still have prestige because you're still the Lakers. You still have all these MVPs, all these championships, all these legends. But when the very family that created this thing, after coming over to LA from Minnesota, when they're crumbling, that's why it hurts, because now the legacy itself feels like it's being attacked. I think that's what it is.
It's just it's the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
I think the sibling fighting publicly and wanting to sell their share and doing everything in their power. This is just going to be lawyers in court.
It's going to take forever.
Billionaire babies wanting what I say yesterday, Daddy, I want a pony.
Yes.
And my pony is the Lakers, okay? It's mine. And Jeannie's like, no, it's mine. And I'm going to push out my other siblings. Now they're getting their revenge. I don't know where this ends, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be with the Buss family's name anywhere around ownership with the Lakers moving forward, whenever this legal battle kind of ends.
It does not seem that way because, like you mentioned, they being the new owners opened the door of change.
Yeah.
And even if Jeanie wins this battle and it takes months and months and millions upon millions of dollars fighting your siblings, ripping what's left of your family at the seams.
Yeah.
Iger and Kushner, after all that, can still say, yeah, we actually don't want you. All of that is still in the cards. Even if she wins, she's not going to be guaranteed her role. And I guess it's just the question, is it really worth all that? God, I wish we were not in this place.
You know what's crazy, too? I was just thinking about, did you ever watch, what was it called? That the TV show that Jeanie executive produced that was loosely based
with Kate
off
Hudson.
Of, yes.
My aunt brought that up yesterday.
That was loosely based off of the Lakers. I mean, she executive produced it, and it's about the first female owner and the daughter who got to take over, and she had these degenerate brothers that she kind of embarrassed and pushed out. And I'm
sure
like,
they love that.
And I'm like, how much did they take that to heart too? Where you're like, we know this is about the Lakers because it's the Waves in LA, and it's about a female ownership. Is it Turning Point or something like that?
Something like that. I did not know she was a producer on
I
this
think
show.
she.
My aunt literally called me to tell me about this show yesterday after our show and said, you have to watch it. It's about Jeanie Buss. It's about the Lakers.
So I watched.
And Kate Hudson's in it.
Yeah, so I watched the first. Yeah, it's called Turning Point. She was not a producer on it. Okay. Running Point.
Petty.
Running Point. Served as an executive producer.
Oh my God.
I just put in the wrong thing. Yeah. So Running Point. Yes. She served as an executive producer. Juicy. I mean, that was basically.
She's Walter White. She's Walter White. Sometimes you got to root for the villain.
She's putting her family on blast. All right, guys, we got to take a quick break here. I am so excited. We have Cynthia Freeland joining us next from NFL Network. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
What the Lakers are doing right now, but there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But those two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong? I can tell you the answer to that. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing.
It's always Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please. Get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people
celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it. But get get some soul in that locker room. Please get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
Once again, Edwin Diaz doing his Edwin Diaz thing. And here's the thing. I am a fan of Edwin Diaz. I think he's a very solid pitcher. And yes, if you look at his career numbers, he has elite closer metrics. He absolutely does. High leverage innings, shutdown innings. He holds the record. Tides hold the record for most saves in a single season. In fact, when he did it in 2018 with the Mariners. But I've also seen full year collapses on this guy. And I'm talking multi-year. We saw it with the Mets twice, by the way. We also saw the injured year that he had with the Mets. Now he's over here with the Dodgers, and he's been very shaky from Jump Street. Before even the microneedling surgery even had. I have not been quiet that I didn't like this deal. In fact, the Dodgers made two very big deals this last offseason in Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. I didn't like either deal. It comes to fruition that both of these guys happen to be the biggest struggle bus players on the Dodgers, both on the pitching side and the offensive side. So it's a little frustrating to see. I do hear the people kind of pointing the finger at Dave Roberts, saying, why are you throwing him back out there? However, we saw him have a very, very efficient 12-pitch inning earlier this week. However, you can't be blowing saves and lose this late in the season. You just can't. So the way I see it, I think an adjustment does need to be made. It's just hard to justify considering how much you're paying.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about D-Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I mean, I was listening to the show.
Are you pretending on this show
that
you speak to Derek Fisher?
He said something on the D-Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that would just be.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago. But like, what do you?
I misspoke there, I promise.
What do you mean? But you just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City stuff.
You?
Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so, you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love how much you have been a part of the show this week. But right now, I am so excited to bring in one of the smartest minds in sports. She's the queen of NFL data science, a creator and host of Number Games, Gordy and Clyde's mom, my bestie, Cynthia Freeland, joining the show. Wait. We can't hear her. Where's she at? Do we have you? Unmute your mic, maybe? No? Let's try again. Hold on. We'll try again. Cynthia.
Cynthia.
No, do you know, like, for the longest time, I would just, Cynthia. Do you know the movie? Come on.
Is it 21 or 22 Jump Street?
Yeah!
It's one of them.
When they're like the rap poetry?
Slam poetry.
Slam poetry. That's what it is. Did you ever do any like kind of performance things like that?
I took a public speaking class in college, and I definitely had to give a couple speeches because they would randomly assign topics because anyone can get up there and talk passionately about something they know.
Yeah.
They had to randomly assign you something. That was probably the closest I came. I
that was almost like improv. Like randomly get up there and like talk about something.
You would get like 45 minutes to briefly research something. So it was basically improv. Yeah. It was
That's
intense.
fun. See, I loved public speaking though. That's why I ended up getting into like my career. Were you a public speaker before or no?
No.
No?
No. I mean,
reconnecting. Does that make sense?
Speeches to teams when we were getting whooped at halftime.
Were you the guy? Were
I-
you
I
the guy
was-
giving speeches before games?
I would never be a vocal leader for the whole team, but for the defensive backs, yeah.
Okay, let me roll this back again. One of the smartest minds in sports. She's the queen of NFL data science, creator and host of Numbers Games, Gordy and Clyde's mom, and my bestie, Cynthia Freeland, round 2.
Can you hear me?
Yeah!
You remember, I was listening to, I could hear you. And do you remember it was I think it's in She's All That. Hack, E, sack. Hack, E, sack.
Yes. That one's going to be
come
stuck.
back to me recently.
Yeah, that one's going to be stuck in my head all day. Cynthia and hacky sack. Let's go. I love this so much.
Alex, why do baseball managers have to wear baseball uniforms?
Wait, that's a really good question.
I love that it was just burning in her brain. She had to hit you with it right away.
Wait, that's actually
I have
really
been
funny.
thinking about this
Is
for
that
like
the
3 days
only
now, and I was like, I'll
coach-
save it for right then. But why?
Is that the
Like,
only
you see
coach
Bill
in
Belichick out there
professional
wearing
sports?
a UNC jersey? It's
How
weird.
funny would it be? How
is
funny would it
weird.
be if you
Football
if
football
you just
coaches
see
were wearing a
Sean
football
McVay
uniform?
wearing shoulder pads and eye black on the sideline with his play
No,
shoe?
I'm thinking Bill Belichick. Like that's the one that like
What about Andy Reid? Andy Reid would look pretty funny in it too. Sean would look fine.
Please,
Sean would be fine.
Please.
Sean would be
Wait,
fine.
Sean would look great. Sean would look like
He would
one
be
of the
fine.
players. Or,
Yeah, he would.
Yeah,
He would.
that's
So would
really
Jim.
funny.
Jim and Sean
What?
would be fine. I mean, Jim would just look older, but like still, we've seen him in a uniform before. We know what that looks like. But like, I think it's very weird.
It is, and you know what? There has to be something that maybe back in the day, like if they needed someone to jump in, maybe the managers jumped in and
Back
played
in
as well.
the days of player coaches, maybe.
I don't know. Like back in the Babe Ruth, and it just like because baseball's so old school and it just stuck with it. Okay, now I'm going to go down a rabbit hole and I'm going to figure it out, Cynthia.
We're gonna get to the bottom of
I
this.
did know in football, I learned this last week. Obviously, Brock, you know this, but like I didn't know that for most NFL teams, so the jerseys are chosen, there's a reason for each thing, but the pants and the socks are chosen by the captains.
Wait, really? Like color matching?
Yeah. Now
Yep.
some of them take pride in it, but some of them, like Jay Cutler was the quarterback of the Bears. I don't know if he even went to the meetings.
Oh,
because he does not care.
I mean, that tracks.
That kind of
tracks to his career.
But yes, there is a little bit of freedom in this in the design choices.
Okay.
Yes.
But
Coming in with
bottom
fire,
line,
Cynthia.
their coaches are not wearing the same uniform as them.
No, okay. Now, like I had never thought about that before, and now I'm like, this is going to be the
Can't
question of the
unthink
day. No, I can't let it go. So
Glad
yeah,
I have
anyone
2
listening-
master's degrees,
Yeah,
2 master's degrees. Haven't questioned it yet.
Master's degrees. Why do baseball coaches also wear the uniform? I love it. Genius, you guys. She is a genius. Genius question of the day. So, Sin, you work the preseason games. You've been working with the Broncos, but every team kind of approaches preseason differently. So, as we're heading into week 2 of these preseason games, what are you specifically looking for? Is it kind of the same with each team, or do you kind of change it depending on like different battles or situations that are going down?
Every team is a little bit different because they do have, some rosters are pretty much set, Rams. Others are a lot more in flux, right? So right now across the league, and it actually unfortunately happened to the Chargers as well, it looks like center is like the injury bug. Like the Ravens just had their center go down as well. So you're sitting here like, we're now at 5 teams that are missing a center. And I'm sure players will tell you that timing between quarterback and center, maybe not for preseason games when you're not seeing the starters start, but that timing and figuring out the rhythm and, just all of the different handoff things that happen with the center specifically, that's a big problem, or it can be a big problem. So I'm curious to see, especially in these games, I'm looking at O-lines and D-lines, but mostly O-lines in preseason are probably the most predictive thing that you can take away from that. And maybe some of the structure stuff, like from the Broncos, I will say, you would probably see a concerted effort for more deeper passes this season after all the screen passes last year. For the Rams, I don't believe anything that they show me. You could put, could you play 15 personnel? Is that a thing? Whatever tight ends is possible. But ultimately, it's like I don't know. So I'm curious to see kind of some of the formation stuff, but they're using plays from like preseason 1997, blah, 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 blah. They're not really helpful, right? It's just the O-line though. That is pretty interesting.
And to that point, we think about Ty Simpson's electric debut in a Rams uniform in his preseason game. We allow ourselves to get excited, but how much can you look into a rookie's debut in a preseason game with not very complicated defenses, very simple offenses? What are you looking for then to judge whether or not he performed well?
Well, number one, he has the best situation out there because there is absolutely no pressure on him to even contend to be the starter. Maybe not even next year. Let's have Matthew Stafford come back forever. I'm all in, So I'm looking at that and I'm saying, okay, it always is great when they look good in preseason against bad competition because Tua Tagovailoa did not look good last week, and it was not a good look. I'm very ineloquent with my speech on that, but it was that I think that makes the fan base feel bad. So Ty Simpson, all these, he was a higher draft pick than maybe some expected. Draft pundits did not have him going that high. But when you look great and you have the opportunity to learn behind a first ballot Hall of Famer, I think Rams fans specifically should be very excited for their future. Also, if he did have to step in the pinch in the regular season or in a situation, the better he looks, the better their opportunities are, to keep the continuity that we're looking for the Rams this season.
Do you think they would trust either their backups they have going right now in the regular season? Like, yeah, Ty Simpson looks great in preseason, but he also didn't have a big sample size in college. Is that someone that you can actually trust come the regular season?
The question isn't, look, would you like to have to trust them? Absolutely not. But if you look at how many different quarterbacks played last year, like 63, that's the second highest ever. And take out the year with when people were
that was insane,
striking,
dropping like flies.
But because the strike thing that doesn't count. But it's the second most quarterback starting a game that we've seen in NFL history last year. So you can't assume an 18-year quarterback veteran is going to be able to start all 17 regular season games. That's a hard assumption in general. So whoever you get, you're going to have to trust. I don't think it's a question of can they. I think it's a question of they have to. So who are they going to put their who are they going to put their trust in?
Speaking of injuries, I don't have the exact numbers, but it surely feels like the number of major impact players who are facing significant injuries or maybe even season-ending ones is a little higher than normal. Based off how many training camps you've been around, does this seem extreme, and do coaches need to adjust things going forward? Or the third option, do you just say that's just football?
I think there are so many. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who wouldn't say, with all of the information we have out there for health and how soft tissue injuries can help be prevented. And there is luck. There's always unluck involved. Appendicitis, that to me shouldn't count, right? Like that. The right tackle for the Panthers had a blood clot in his lung. Like that's not something that you should count. But these soft tissue injuries, to me, I think there is something there. If a team consistently has some of the same injuries over and over again, there's probably ways to get those numbers down. And with all the technology out there and all of the different focus points on the way to take care of your body. I feel like even as regular human beings, we have so many ways to take care of our body now that we didn't have even 10 years ago, that it maybe should be, some more sports science, maybe a little bit more investment in that. And some of the teams that have invested in that, their luck seems to be a little bit better. The Texans, they have been extremely healthy. Sheldon Rankins specifically had a lot of injuries on other teams, managed to stay healthy for 2 full seasons with the Texans.
Okay, let's stick on the injury topic because that seems to be kind of the trending conversation this week. And you mentioned the centers that have all gone down, and the Chargers, their big offseason pickup in Tyler Biadasz out, now Jake Slaughter in. When I think about this, the first person I think about is Justin Herbert. What does that mean for Herbert coming into that season, considering that was kind of like their bright spot of like, okay, I think things are going to be okay this year?
Yeah, you get so the tackle situation, was Rashawn Slater all okay? I'm not even sure about that either. So right tackle matters more than ever too, since pressure's coming from all over every direction. When I ask teams consistently, even before Biadasz was unfortunately lost for the season, where can you attack the Chargers, and especially in the Mike McDaniel get the ball out super quick type of style, a lot of them have said the middle. Even if the tackles come back, okay, great. Their guards have been an issue, and someplace we can attack, especially now that a lot of these teams have really great defensive tackles that line up on the inside, interior defenders. So you're looking at now Biadasz, now you're asking a lot of a rookie, and you're sitting there in a situation where, this is a team that wants to run the football. I think there's one thing I know about Jim Harbaugh. He wants to run the damn football. Who has it better than us? It's also interesting without I like Ladd McConkey a lot, but now who's going to stretch the field? So are you going to be able to load the box against that Omarion Hampton run? Are you going to be able to leverage some of your tight ends even more? I mean, a David Njoku addition is great, and Aronde Gadsden had an awesome rookie season, but is that going to be enough to clear out enough space to help your O-line out? That's the question I have.
When we think about Mike McDaniel, we look at a well-dressed, kind of short, really cool, quirky, funny guy, but we don't really associate him with the run game, which is where he really shines and where he cut his teeth. What is it that he brings to the run game regarding creativity and why he's so respected and considered an innovator in that area?
So I think there's kind of two ways that I look at this. The first is, when you have a quarterback that's as dynamic as Justin Herbert, you then have so many different ways to stretch the field. So therefore, you can disguise the run. And it looks a lot different with that run if you have more space to work with. If you're just loading the box every single time, you're going to have to just ask your running back to get beat up every single play. But if you're scared of Mike McDaniel, like dashing you with these little paper cut things like we saw with Tua when things start to go wrong, because that's where I think people get a little weird, right? So the Mike McDaniel with Tua isn't going to be Mike McDaniel with Justin Herbert. Herbert with the arm. Tua, maybe not the same sort of arm strength as Justin Herbert. So it's going to look a little different, but the run concepts will be the same. As in, he's going to get his running back open with a lot of room, and maybe it's a short pass, who cares? But ultimately, he's going to try to catch and run is going to be what works for them, and be it on the outside. A lot of times, for a while, outside zone was really working very well for teams that he's been associated with. But when that stopped working, you saw them run duo. You saw them run on the inside a lot more often as well, because the point isn't just to do one thing over and over again. It's to make it look the same, trick the defense, create some space for your guys to run, and then find the lane that they're going to give you.
Now, Cynthia, before we let you go, let's talk some fantasy, because you are the fantasy guru, and you're doing something really cool with Donors Choose, where fans can donate and get a personalized fantasy draft pick from you. So tell us how people can get involved in this and get a personal pick from you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's donorschoose.com. And then there's a /Cynthia. You can find it on my Instagram or my Twitter. And ultimately, you just donate $50 to Donors Choose, which is the leading nonprofit. Basically, teachers spend all of their own money to help create opportunities for kids. And Donors Choose connects teachers with funds to be able to buy those things, so the teacher doesn't have to actually buy supplies for the kids themselves. So if you go donate at least $50, then I will pick your draft order for your whole league. And then you can be mad at me if you don't get the first pick. Or the 10th.
Wait, you're picking the draft order for the whole league? That's awesome. Okay. So I know NFL fantasy just kicked off too. You're back talking fantasy. Give us someone that we might not know but should keep an eye on for everybody that's about to get into their fantasy drafts.
Well, I think you already know him pretty well, for better or for worse. But I think one sleeper that you should consider on your teams is Rashid Shaheed. I think with Sam Darnold, I think a lot of people are discounting Sam Darnold's ability to be a fantasy viable quarterback. I would argue I don't think that changes a lot this year, and they're going to be in a lot of hotly contested games. Rashid Shaheed regression is used in a way that means usually when something's really high, people think it's coming back down, but it also works the other way. If they didn't have enough touchdowns, but he's had all the passes, he could have more touchdowns this year.
Okay. Rams may not like hearing that, but she speaks fast.
No, I think it's my strategy is, first of all, I think Kyren Williams is underrated as well, but people already know him. But to me, it's most useful. You only have to play them twice a year. It's okay. On those 2 weeks.
Love it. Cynthia, we love you. We appreciate you always. Thank you so much for coming on.
You're the greatest. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Bye, guys.
Bye. Yeah. So I'm actually in a fantasy league with her, and
good luck there.
I know it's all of our women in sports. It's a fun, wild one. I think now I'm going to be in my family one. I have my sports girls one. I think we're doing a fan one. So now I'm up to 3. Are you a big fantasy guy?
I was a massive fantasy guy. I'll let you know a little secret. I have not played fantasy in 5 years, but I will do it for the fan. I will do it for the fan.
Welcome back. All right, guys, we got to take a quick break here. When we come back, Rams and Chargers fans got some fun facts about you guys that we might not be so happy about. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
With Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like a sequel.
Okay, so the point he was making, though...
To
was
you,
that,
when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man. I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D-Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe... the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay. Maybe the motivation
LeBron's
for the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt.
Maybe,
ain't gonna work.
Maybe
Can't give me
LeBron
flowers after you
wants
slap
to
me.
go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just like lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is...
What's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me, too.
Oh, speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I would say hanging out.
He's going to get it.
Oh, no.
He's a good producer.
Oh,
he knows.
no.
It's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like to fact check things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have.
Part of why I'm doing this.
No,
wait, because the show starts with me. Part of why I'm doing this is to try to help us get out of this idea that we have to label athletes anything, right? Like, why is he a mercenary, right? Why can't he just be a guy that worked at a job for 8 years, his contract at the job was up, and he's choosing to go work somewhere else? So then why do we have to start labeling it like it's a negative thing and he hated the city and he didn't love the city? What about I just want to go work somewhere else, and that's fine?
I didn't tell you or your partner that you guys should agree with me.
No,
I didn't. Let me just.
not agree
I
with
didn't. I didn't tell you that you should say LeBron doesn't love LA. I didn't even say that you should think what I think about LeBron. I mean, Doug and I disagree on topics. I gave my perspective on a huge news story. I think you called it noise. It was a news story that involves LA, and that's my view, and I'm entitled to it. And the people in LA are entitled for all of us, and if you're doing that, great, to give your honest, unvarnished perspective.
Dodgers a few years back had an outfielder named Andrew Tolst, a good, solid player they got from the Rays organization. Smaller guy, fast, speedy, can really just play. And he played for the Dodgers on and off for a couple of years. And there were rumors about the guy that he was a little wired a little differently, like really wired a little differently, and the Dodgers had to kind of keep tabs on him type of thing. Well, after he left baseball, he kind of went off the deep end, ended up being like homeless in a car, and the Dodgers found out about it. So the Dodgers have been signing him to a contract every year, but it's only to get him health insurance, so he's getting his mental health taken care of. That is just the Dodgers doing that out of the kindness of their heart, and that is a really awesome thing, just because he was one of their guys. As a guy that played professional baseball for a lot of years, I've never seen an organization do that for
Comedy Store a little bit.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like, I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you
my
is
back
docile.
Spinal.
Oh my God.
My back. Spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Ryder. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring
Bill, you're
to my
friends with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, sure. I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snorts.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Now, there was a very interesting poll that came out, or index, I guess is what you would call it. Nielsen is kind of who does all the ratings, the TV ratings, radio ratings, and they did their first ever NFL fandom index. And before I even looked at this, I saw the topic, and I was like, oh, there's no way LA is anywhere near the top. Like, absolutely no way. And it turns out that LA is 29 out of 30. Only one below is New York. And you know what? Like, I am not surprised one bit. The bottom two cities, New York and LA, there is so much to do outside of sports in these cities that you have to earn it. You have to win to get fans. And obviously the Rams, they had a stint here before, but they're fairly new to LA. The reason the Rams, I think, have succeeded more than the Chargers in terms of fandom in LA is because they've won a Super Bowl since coming back. They came here and you win immediately. It's the only way that you're getting fans on your side. But when you when you look at this, I'm like, yeah, Buffalo's number one, which is funny because Buffalo's in New York, but Buffalo's number one and New York's number 30. So the New Yorks are like opposite ends of the spectrum, but you got the city where there's so much to do and Buffalo where like Bill's Mafia is life.
So, one, shout out to Ellen Briggs, who was the one who posted this Twitter. If you are driving when you go home, go to her Twitter account and you can see the graphic that anyone who's watching the stream right now is looking at. So the rankings were based on apparel purchases, event attendance, linear TV viewership, streaming viewership, radio listening, betting intent, social media following, and general interest. I think this is a fantastic idea. I don't know enough about the execution because betting intent being factored into the interest of a team doesn't make sense. People gamble on
the bad teams.
Turkish donkey racing. Like,
Wait,
that has nothing to do with...
That's a thing?
Oh, I'm sure it is. Anything can be raced. Anything can be raced. Anything can be gambled on. I don't like betting intent being factored in, and I would love to know more details on what general interest means as one of the factors. That being said, essentially what you're looking at is a list of NFL cities from smallest to largest. Like, what?
Yeah, so that is like where the team, that is the heart and soul of the city. It makes sense. That's all you have.
On a Sunday afternoon or a Monday night or even a Thursday night game, with respect to Buffalo, New York, I have been there. The food is tremendous. The people are even better. There's one thing to do. And okay, there's two things to do, but all of them have already seen Niagara Falls, so there's one thing to do, and that is to go to the game.
Yeah.
Now, what I don't like is Los Angeles once again gets lumped in with the idea that they're not passionate fans. Los Angeles has three uphill battles when it comes to fandom.
Yeah.
One, odds are when an away team is visiting here, coming here is more fun than being where you're at, especially in the NFL, which runs through the winter. After October, it's cold in a lot of places. You're going to want to use your team coming to Los Angeles as an excuse. So, yes, the Chargers are sometimes playing away games in the home stadium.
Sometimes?
All the time. Sometimes when they're playing the Niners or another big team or the Seahawks, there's also a lot of those fans in Los Angeles. But yeah, they want to come to LA, and this is a perfect excuse. The second aspect of it is blame, I believe it was the Goodyear Tire Company and Ford for dismantling public transportation in Los Angeles, because now everyone has a car and it's not easy to get to any of the stadiums or arenas from anywhere.
Are you blaming traffic?
Yes, absolutely blaming traffic. But the reason why there's so much traffic,
New York?
the reason why there's screw New York. The reason why there's so much traffic in Los Angeles is because Los Angeles used to have a top of the line public transportation system. Yeah, but what
part of Los Angeles?
All of it. I mean, LA wasn't as big and robust as it was, but way back
like
in
before
the day.
our time.
Yeah, like right after the Model T up until I want to say the 40s.
Oh, okay. You're talking about okay, Brock, that's
But this actually goes beyond the NFL.
Okay.
For people who wonder why LA has terrible public transportation, it's because the tire companies and the car manufacturers, especially Ford, came in and said, oh, the way that they're structuring this city is pretty spread out. We can sell a lot of cars here. We're going to pay off the politicians who are going to destroy a perfectly functioning public transportation. So even if you go into downtown LA, especially in Chinatown, you can still see the tracks that would perfectly lead to Dodger Stadium or to downtown or anywhere. Anyway, getting off track here. The point is...
No, we're getting some fun facts here, Brock.
Yeah,
that was not off track. Like, are these like, did you do some research here? And,
it's a fact.
Literally, they paid off. I'm not surprised, but like
sure,
that
I guess that part wouldn't be surprising.
Okay, makes sense.
We had a perfectly functioning public
One
transportation.
of the biggest cities in the country, do we not have...
We're kind of the only one that
why
doesn't
don't we have public transport? I mean, they're just now kind of getting back into it with the
Slowly,
metro.
and that's only because of the Olympics.
Yeah, have to.
So that's another aspect of it. If you don't want to count that as an excuse, that's totally fine. The other aspect of it is Los Angeles. There is always something to do with respect to the Buffalo Bills, with respect to the Kansas City Chiefs, with respect to the Green Bay Packers, who were the top three. There ain't nothing else going on game day.
No, I went to Green Bay. I have a best friend who lives in Madison, and it was like a big thing. He's like, you got to come out. We're taking you to a Packers game. I was like, you know what? I have always wanted to experience that true Green Bay experience. But again, we stayed in Madison, Wisconsin, got a party bus. And it's like a couple-hour excursion out there. You get there, though. The pre-games are some of the craziest I have ever seen, but that's it.
Yeah.
That's literally all there is out there in Green Bay.
And that's what makes it special, to their credit.
Yeah.
But I would love to ask how many people in LA would trade lives with a fan in Buffalo or Green Bay, because when it's not football season or whatever season it may be for your team in whatever small town, you realize why the fandom is so big, because ain't much else going on. It doesn't mean that there's not wonderful people, but in regards to how this poll was judged and what they went off of, Ellen Briggs, thank you for doing this, because it's sparking great conversation. It is very unfair and very misleading.
But it's funny because even like the bottom four, it's New York in last, LA, Miami, San Francisco.
We got stuff going on.
There's a lot of stuff going on there. New York, you're out and about. LA, we were just talking about, like, if you're not winning and it's a beautiful day, like, yeah, we're gonna go to a bar, we're gonna go to the beach. Miami,
just a nonstop party.
Yeah, it's just raging. And San Francisco,
they're building apps and stuff.
Also, it's not actually in San Francisco.
San Jose, San Francisco.
Let's be real here, okay? If you think you're going to a Niners game in San Francisco, you're not. All right, guys, we're taking a quick break here. When we come back, what's going to be the Dodgers bullpen situation come October? Does anybody know? That's next.
That comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
Should we do what do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man, hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Slide, bro.
If that is the reason why he ultimately decided to sell his majority stake in the Lakers because he had to get some liquid, right? To get some money to get out of that, that's one thing, right? And sometimes, look, you got to sell the house to pay the mortgage. I get it. But if you're taking that face value and it's not about that, and it's just about the fact that he wanted to sell the Lakers for a profit, that to me doesn't make a lot of sense because as you just pointed out, this is a guy that already owns the Dodgers. This is a guy that's worth over $7 billion. This is a guy that bought into the Lakers in 2021 to own 27% of it, and not into $2.5 billion in profit.
He doesn't need the money.
He doesn't.
He's got money.
So then, really, are you of the side where it feels like this is something to cover himself from a legal standpoint?
Look, I don't think it's unreasonable to worry as politics are played out now, and the muscular, and I know this is politics, but the muscular nature of how the federal government and the executive branch operates, and I'm not taking a side, I'm just talking facts. I don't think it's unfair to wonder if selling the team when clearly that wasn't his original plan isn't about this. It is about this investigation. Now, whether it's about coming up with the money, whether it's about I don't have the bandwidth for this, I think that's a very generous reading, or whether it's about, hey, do us a solid and sell this team to my son-in-law's brother, and maybe things go better since the president does control the Justice Department. That's how the system works, especially today.
John Elmore. I am obsessed with this dude. Oh, my God. If you have not looked up John Elmore, 30-year-old G League vet who's still fighting for a spot. He's playing for the Lakers right now in the Summer League, and he looks like my IT guy's stepfather. Follically challenged, but really rocking the skull like it's no big deal. I love this cat.
Watching a veteran guy play in the summer or like in the preseason, it's so remarkably refreshing. You can see how much they understand about the game compared to, even in a lot of ways, the more talented or more dynamic players that are younger than them or just coming into the NBA. It's fun to watch guys that just understand how to play basketball, especially below the rim guys that are just out there straight old school in it.
You probably learn a lot from a cat like that.
Definitely do.
Yeah.
It's good that he's getting an opportunity to just go out and show, guys at every level, age or whatever can play basketball. If they're playing in the summer or they're on a G League team, they can play. Yeah, I'm sure there's some guys in the minor leagues that may not ever get a call to the big club.
It's tough.
But they can play baseball.
What would it take for like a guy like John to ever get like his real NBA opportunity? Obviously, most likely won't happen with the Lakers and this team, but like who's to say like a Utah Jazz or a team that's like in the bottom tier of the league all of a sudden like, let's just bring this guy up for a month.
For a guy like John Elmore, it's tough, man. 30-year-old guard, point guard. Like, you're just not even fast enough.
It's going to be a damn good coach, though.
Well, hopefully, if he wants to coach. If he wants to coach.
If he wants, of course. I want him to live all his dreams. I can't stress that enough. I see a lot of myself in John.
We were up 24 points at the half, I think, or in the second quarter.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love how much you've been a part of the show this week. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Dude, I love that our last segment struck a chord with someone in our office here.
Is that right? You don't say.
Oh, yeah. So our boss, Andrew, if you guys were listening, the last segment was Nielsen finally put out rating fandom, right, in the NFL. Buffalo was at number 1, and LA, obviously, we were 29th out of 30th. And we were kind of saying, like, yeah, that makes sense. Why does that make sense? Because there's nothing to do up in Buffalo besides football. There's so much to do here in LA. And Andrew came in here, our boss, a little heated. And I wanted to give him a moment to rebuttal and to come at us and stand up for upstate New York. Andrew, you there?
I just think, you know, it's a little bit crazy to just go at upstate New York like that. It's beautiful people. It's a beautiful area.
It is.
If you look up Buffalo in the fall or the spring or any of those times, you're like, wow, this is America? I didn't even know that was there. And this is the issue, right? So I just moved to LA a couple months back, and I love it here.
Welcome.
It's amazing. I love every piece of it. We were talking about the other day, Lindsay, our digital content producer, was like, what do you like so far? I'm like, I have no issues with it. I don't have anything bad to say about it at all. Until comments like this are said. Where people just think it's like, we are better because there's more things to do here, because there's a beach right here, or there's like a mountain right here. There's lakes up there people go to. You know what's better than drinking a beer at the beach? Drinking a beer on a lake, on a boat.
Which you could do that up at Big Bear or Lake Arrowhead, like 2 hours away.
That's not LA though. I get it. You're saying that's California. Now we're talking about a whole state. Now this is a different animal.
All right.
And this is where the issue comes from, because there's a lot to do. You can't just poo-poo Niagara Falls. It's one of the great wonders of the world.
Wild.
Canada merchants.
It's wild. I know.
Buffalo, New York is a bunch of Canada merchants mooching off the beauty of Canada because it's a stone's throw away.
I do agree with that. And I'm kind of anti-Canada too, so it's crushing me on that part. But I'm just saying, I had to stand up. I'm from upstate New York. It's beautiful people. Buffalo. I'm a Steelers fan, so I can't say nothing about the Bills. They stink, and their team stinks, and they're never going to win a Super Bowl. But I just had to stand up for upstate New York.
But the best part about this, Andrew, is it's saying that you guys have the best fans. Like, that's the best. Like, the whole point of this is, like, you guys have the best fans. We were trying to stand up for LA, being like, well, I get it, because there's a lot to do. Bills Mafia is, like, hands down, like, my favorite fan base. Not only because of their passion and their slamming onto tables, but also their pettiness in paying. Like, if they're playing a team and someone on that team basically helps them win or has a bad play, they will donate thousands of dollars to that player's charity.
It is a phenomenal
they're
fan
beautiful.
base. It was extremely backhanded, but it was technically a compliment to Green Bay, to Buffalo, to Kansas City for showing their support, but it was as backhanded a compliment as it could be. I will reiterate, Canada is among the most beautiful places I've ever been in the summertime, the winter. Obviously,
do they call it God's
things change a
country?
little bit.
Is that like a thing?
I feel like too many places are
That's
claiming
Morgan
God's
Wallen.
country.
Morgan Wallen's the only one that says about where they live. He's the only one. And I'm just going to say this too, and I'm going to let you guys go do your beautiful show that you do every day.
Thanks, boss.
That was just so rude what you did to the LA fans. You just told all of our listeners and viewers that they aren't good fans because there's so much stuff going on.
No.
There is amazing fans here. I think the Dodgers fans that are out here are the best baseball fans in the country. And you guys just wanted to say, you know what? No. New York, Green Bay are. I think it's right here in LA. That's all I'm going to say.
So you were trying. You said to bash us right back here. You're like, you know what? You took me down. Now I'm going to take you down a notch.
I'm raising up the fans of LA, which you guys did not do. Which
Yes,
you're
we
supposed
did.
to do on a daily basis.
But we are both born and raised fans in LA. Fangelinos, we want to hear from you.
I
Call
blame
us.
Henry Ford, all right?
What?
Henry Ford. Ford is part of the reason. It's his fault.
Oh, you're talking about the tires again.
Yeah.
Your random rant. You want to explain that for someone who just tuned in? Your random rant here with tires?
Part of why Lakers, Clippers, Dodgers stadiums and arenas are empty early on, which, by the way, it's always funny when people want to bash LA fans, they take a screenshot of an empty crowd 5 seconds after the game starts, as if traffic isn't a thing. Why it's so difficult to get to these stadiums, especially during the week when there's traffic, is because Los Angeles, way back in the day, decades ago, had a perfectly functioning top-of-the-line public transportation system that was dismantled by tire companies and car manufacturers who paid off politicians to stop investing or to just flat out destroy said public transportation. And that's why this is a town that is fueled by cars and traffic and congestion. Blame Henry Ford.
Class is in session once again with Brock Vereen. I was waiting for one of those. I didn't get one yesterday. So thank you. Thank you for that fun fact. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. If you're just tuning in, that was the latest Nielsen local NFL fandom index that we were going over, with Buffalo at number 1, LA at number 29, just ahead of New York at 30. So it's also really funny. I know they're two different parts of New York, but they separate it. Buffalo at number 1 and just New York at 30 in last. So New York, if you ain't first, you last. And they're both here. But we love you, LA fans. If you wanna come at us, talk about LA fandom, you can call us at 855-975-2326. We were both born and raised here in LA and have been huge fans of all LA sports teams. And you know what? I'll be guilty of it. If it's a busy day, I'm watching at home on my TV. And you know what? Sometimes nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Oh, God.
Let's get into some Dodgers.
Ellen Briggs, look what you did.
What? Oh.
She's the one that posted the
What
poll.
did you do? Gave us something to talk about. Dodgers also given us something to talk about, you guys. I feel like this Rocky series could not have been more perfect in terms of timing. Dodgers have been struggling since the All-Star break. We'll put it out there. And you could say, yeah, well, it's the Rockies. They always play well against the Rockies. It's in Colorado. The ball flies in Colorado. Well, yeah. And you know what? Thank you for this timing, baseball gods and scheduling, because this series was exactly what the Dodgers needed to get back on track. And it wasn't like, okay, one game was a blowout game, but last night, they had to come back and win it in extra innings. And when you have something that you are fighting to get back to, which is the Dodgers being the best team in baseball, when you have that fight as a team collectively, especially at this part of the season, that is the best thing that can happen to this Dodgers team heading into October.
Yeah, it was exactly what you want. You don't want to come in against the Rockies, who are playing for pride and not for playoffs, and win every game 10-1. That doesn't teach you anything other than, yeah, we were able to hit the ball really well in Colorado and the altitude took over. You know, like you want to go through the push and pull, the tug of war, the having a 4-0 lead, I believe it was, in the second game, and then they come racing back. You know, you want the full emotional experience of a baseball game, because if you can't handle that against the Rockies, you can't handle it against the Braves. They didn't handle it well against the Brewers just a week ago. And no, this was exactly the series that they wanted. One of the key things for me over the course of the series was, with runners in scoring position, the Dodgers bat .250. Is that great? No, but it is really dang good. And compared to what they had been hitting with runners in scoring position post All-Star break prior to the series, it is magnificent. So I wanted to see that. I wanted to see pitchers such as Blake Snell go out there and light it up and prove that his re-debut wasn't a fluke. I wanted to see bats on fire. We saw Roki last night, who I think we're at a point now where everything is solved.
And it's like every time I see that glove, I'm just like, God bless the giant glove.
That's all it took.
That's
all it took. Roki, 5 innings, 2 runs, 7 hits, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk. And it should be noted that the 2 RBI double that he gave up was Teoscar Hernandez's fault. He misjudged. He thought it was kind of more of like a pop fly. It ended up being a liner that just went right over his head, and that's where the 2 runs came from. So it could have been an even more dominant day for Roki. But no, as we head with the day off and then tomorrow into a Pirates series, you can feel as good as you could possibly feel. Yeah.
So, yeah, okay, the bats coming alive was the big thing I think that this team needed to see happen, right? Freddie Freeman drove in the go-ahead run on a sac fly. Kike Hernandez, his first home run since coming off the IL. But Mookie Betts was another one that we were kind of keeping an eye on in terms of, can he get back to Mookie form? That has kind of been I guess this season. We haven't seen a stretch of it yet. But he had one of the best games of the series with 3 hits, a home run, RBI. Like, Mookie feels, just kind of watching him and his body language and his post-game interviews, that he's believing that he is back on track.
Yeah, it's definitely been it's been a tumultuous year for a lot of Dodgers, but I think lost in all of the injury conversation is that Mookie spent a significant amount of time injured because his time out was so brief compared to so many of the pitchers or the key Ks and what have you. But Mookie is not a young guy fighting through a season that he spent an early chunk of it injured, only in his second year being a full-time shortstop, and there were a lot of struggles that came with that. Is Mookie the best version of himself? Absolutely not. He's far from it, but he's also in his 13th season in baseball. There are not a ton of better options with Mookie Betts at shortstop, but you can rest assured that he is good enough to hold down that role and win a World Series with him in that role. I completely understand the argument that Mookie's lost a step because statistically, and if you just watch him, he has. But to your point, when Mookie has a good game and he's smiling and he's laughing and he looks like a kid again, those moments are fewer and far between, but when they happen, they remind you this guy deserves this role, and he's going to be fine.
It's interesting because in this stretch, we've seen a lot of Dodgers, whether it's pitching, hitting, guys coming off the IL, big contracts, not perform up to what we expect them to perform at. And Kike Hernandez spoke after the game after he got his first home run since coming off the IL. And if anyone's going to be honest about it, it's Kike, and this is what he had to say about the mental side of things.
I've been having a lot going on in my brain. Mechanics are off, and obviously not playing much. It's hard to work on stuff and feel like it's clicking. And today was one of those days where I said, "F it," just go out there and compete. And I was able to put 2 good swings on the ball and help the team win, contribute, which is nice. And hopefully, I can remember what I did today and keep it going.
Which is nice. And sometimes that's what you got to do. Like Kike said, I just had to go out there and I had to say F it.
Yeah.
And I had to just do it. And we're kind of seeing that, obviously, with Kyle Tucker having his over 26 stretch. And just, it felt like the yips. It felt like just like the craziest mental breakdown that you could see in a top-tier player in terms of Kyle Tucker, what we thought we were getting in a $60 million a year top-tier player. But the mental mindset and mental side of baseball is such a huge part of the game.
It's massive, and it's also why we are happy to see Kyle Tucker have back-to-back games with a hit after 26 at-bats without one. While there is still the grain of salt of you have to do it at home because the last time you were at home, the last inning you were in Dodger Stadium, you were getting booed loudly after dropping a ball. So
a routine fly ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we need him to show that this weekend because Dodgers fans are selfish in the way that all fans are of, I get what you do on the road, but until you do it here, there is going to be a stigma. So yeah, Tucker has to keep it rolling. It was good to see the weight isn't entirely lifted off of his shoulders, but best case scenario, back-to-back games with a hit coming in to a homestand.
Yeah, so the mental side of things, another player I think that is having a difficult time with this is Edwin Diaz. The closer that the Dodgers brought in this offseason, and then he's missed majority of the season with removing the loose bodies in his elbow surgery, which is what Blake Snell also got, which I think it's also hard to come back around the same time and be side by side compared to a player because, again, everyone's bodies recover differently. Both their pitching roles are as opposite as you can get from a starter to a closer. And their surgeries were a little different in terms of like how many loose bodies were getting taken out of their elbows. However, we have not seen a strong, confident Edwin Diaz on the mound since he's come back from the IL stint. And it raises the question, what is going to be the Dodgers' bullpen solution come October? Because if he doesn't figure it out in the next couple of weeks, that he was put on the IL, They're saying, what was it, neck something.
Inflammation.
Inflammation, which again, like to me, that feels like a mental IL, considering all the tests came back clean. How much time do we give him to figure it out?
Well, here's why there is a race against the clock. So you have 26 total spots on your roster entering the playoffs. At maximum, 13 of those can be pitchers. Typically, it's going to be closer to 3 starters, 8 or 9 relievers. It's going to be a little less than 13, typically. So, obviously, Yamamoto, you have Skubal, you have Snell, solidified as long as they can all remain healthy. You have Tanner Scott. You have Roki, who's going to get bumped to the bullpen when the playoffs come around. You have Glasnow, who, by the way, in his last 2 outings has rallied up 17 strikeouts. So I think he's ready to go, and he's expected to be called back next week. There we go. Yeah. So Glasnow will be in the mix, not as a true starter, but maybe a long reliever. Eric Lauer is pitching some good innings. Justin Robleski currently on IL, but can he still be trusted in the bullpen? Shohei is still TBD. If he does come back, he won't be a starter. He will be used as a long relief or an opener. Blake Trinan is still rehabbing in Ontario, but was pitching well. Chris Bubich was traded for, currently on the IL, but when gets healthy is expected to have a role in there if he's ready. That's not even counting Vesia, Phillips, Stewart. Like, Diaz is in a place where the Dodgers could sit there without him and say, I like our odds. I think we feel good. So Diaz is not someone who can rest on the laurels of I'm the highest paid amongst most of you guys. He really has to prove it, and he does not have a lot of time to do so.
It's just hard because he was put on the 15-day IL. He currently has a 12.91 ERA and 3 blown saves in 9 appearances since returning from that elbow surgery. And you just can't, when you are handed the ball as a closer, and the Dodgers went through this situation last season, which is why we saw Roki Sasaki come out of the bullpen and be the Dodgers closer during the postseason run and in the World Series, and ultimately go on to win that back-to-back. It's giving PTSD to Dodger fans. We're like, oh no, not again. Really? We're finally like, we have an opportunity to win and take this game, and deja vu, bullpen's breaking down again. I mean, thankfully, like, Tanner Scott has been coming out, and he's closed the game for a second straight night last night, and has been a bright spot as of right now for the Dodgers. But is that what the Dodgers are going to have to do moving forward September into October?
It's been great to see Tanner Scott have the role, not have the role, and then take the role back once Diaz got hurt, and then Diaz leaves again. And he's been up and down, because if you remember last year, he was the closer for a large chunk of the season, and unfortunately pitched poorly down the stretch and lost his playoff spot. As well. Lost his playoff spot, so I'm sure he's hungry and eager to tell Dave Roberts, if you need me, this is not going to be like last year. I'm ready to rock. I learned my lesson. I know what it takes now. And clearly Dave Roberts has complete trust in him. And again, that doesn't even factor in Roki can be a closer. If you need Robleski to be there are names of all the 16 I listed just a second ago.
Yeah.
All of them are pitching better than Edwin Diaz right now. And that's brutal. That's an insane thing to say out loud, but it's a fact. And some of those are starters, so he's not directly competing with all those names, but he is competing with more names than are needed come playoff time.
Yeah, and Tanner Scott kind of talked about what it's kind of like waiting and being in that position.
Just wait for the phone to ring. I don't care when. You get the adrenaline rush when your name's called, and just go out there and pitch.
And that's kind of what all of the guys in the bullpen are doing right now, just with all the injuries and people moving around. It's just be ready, next man up mentality.
I love it. I see it as a win-win, because when the roster is this loaded, and most things are win-wins for the Dodgers, even if it's a head-scratching or frustrating situation. If Diaz comes back off the IL and is his usual self, that's a win. If he's not his usual self and we have to roll with Tanner Scott and the various other starters who will get bumped down there, they're good enough too.
When you say bump down, would you even bump him off the roster?
No.
Your brain just went against itself in that moment. You guys, if you're watching, you saw Brock go to absolutely not be on the roster. Well, maybe. Maybe not.
He will be on the roster if the question is should he be? That's where the doors kind of open. Will he be? Yes.
Yeah. No, I think he has to be.
Right.
But will he actually get the opportunities if he's not playing up to standards?
I think the best way to sum it up for you have to step aside is Diaz being on the playoff roster, which he will be, means someone who has pitched better than him all year long is going to have to not be off the roster. I think that's the best way to sum it up.
Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, that's
All
baseball.
right, don't go anywhere when we come back, you guys. We got a couple preseason games tonight. Raiders at Texans in about 4.5 hours here. Fernando Mendoza gets his first rest with the Raiders. We're diving into Raiders Nation when we come back.
Game 5, right? In LA?
So much trash.
No, that was game 4.
But that was game 4. Okay.
When we had a chance to tie the series up 2-2.
Right.
And we got up big early, and I think they cut it to maybe 18 at the half after being up 24. The reason why it's so hurtful is when I checked out of the game in the third quarter, we were up by 13 points. And by the time I checked back in the game, and I don't coach the team, so by the time I check back into the game, we're down by 5. So we were minus 18.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here watching us lose this lead.
Oh, it must be frustrating.
And that was like the one time. I was always a guy that did what the coach asked me to do. But that was the one time I almost went and checked myself back in the game.
I heard that.
I wish you did, man. I wish you did. Is this the best city for head coaches right now? Because really think about it. We got Sean McVay, who is like this inspirational type of leader. J.J. Redick, who is more of kind of a fiery type of leader. Dave Roberts, who is more of the Mr. Rogers type of leader. Jim Harbaugh, who is a little bit more on the fiery side. Ty Lue, who is just like the meticulous, calculated side. It's like we have such an interesting dynamic of head coaches here in Los Angeles. And what's amazing is they're all good and or great, and they are all very different.
There's more than one way to skin a cat. The common denominator is the city and the expectations that come with playing and coaching here. That's what kind of brings all of those guys into like the same bucket. Different sports, different types of teams, different sets of expectations from year to year. We're not expecting the Clippers to necessarily win a championship. We're not expecting the Chargers to necessarily win the Super Bowl. There's still like an expectation that comes with playing in this city, coaching in this city. Philly, New York, Chicago get a lot of credit thrown their way for being blue collar, hard-working towns. And so then their fans kind of show up to the games with that expectation. If you play hard and you compete and fans really feel like you're giving everything you have in those cities and towns, like that's all they're asking basically. Fans in LA don't always get that credit. Fans in LA or fans of LA teams also want those same things. They want to know that you're emptying your tank to try to figure out how to win and that the team is just as important as you are. Like you think about the history of our sports teams, Kings, Lakers, Rams, et cetera, like all the things that have been accomplished historically. Yeah, fans have an expectation. And so when you think about those coaches, coaching here is different because that's the expectation. And it may not be as loud and sound as dangerous as it does in Philly or New York, et cetera, but the expectations from the fans are definitely.
What do you take away from that? It was really, more for him to kind of just continue to do the things that I've kind of shared with you guys. And so he looked great, and he still continued to go through his process. No new news on that front.
You have said, the arrow is pointing upward.
Yep.
Is this just another step in that, or do you
It
think
is.
that just solidifies things?
No, I think we've had a plan in place for a while, like I've kind of told you guys, and the workout was one of those things. And really, it was kind of semantical to be able to use the equipment and things like that to fall under the legalities of CBA. And so he's very deliberate and intentional about what this looks like. I'm careful to say, like, things are going in the right direction. He's feeling good, but we're not to where we are able to say whether or not he is or isn't ready to do it. But he's doing great, and he looked outstanding, as I think all of us.
A guy like Cameron Carr can shoot the basketball. That's a part of his makeup. I want to say the best part of his game because he's a really good athlete as well. Guys that shoot the ball well in the summer, but the rhythm of the season, the pace of the season physically starts to wear on you. So you're going to have a lot of nights where you don't shoot the ball well just because your body is adjusting to how strenuous it is to do the job. To play even 6 minutes in a big-time NBA game is very different than a summer league game.
Just because of the pressure, the surroundings.
The size of the guys. It's like playing against a minor league pitcher and then all of a sudden Tarek Skubal's on the mound.
Flat out different.
Yeah, it's just different. Some guys can just hit the baseball. Whether it's Tarek Skubal or a minor league pitcher, single A, double A, this guy can hit. I think Cameron Carr is a guy that can shoot the basketball no matter what the situation is. And because of the length and height that he has, I think he'll primarily be able to get his shot off consistently, even against better defenses, longer players, etc. I don't think it's so much about the points or the numbers. He won't get 16 shots in the game for 3 years possibly.
But now we know where he's capable, so that's nice.
If that's the volume he's accustomed to in college, and then when the season starts and the ball's going to be in Luka's hands, the ball's going to be in Austin Reeves' hands, the ball's going to be in Colin Sexton's hands, Walker Kessler.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love how much you're part of the conversation. If you're watching the live stream or want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the comment section. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. We got some NFL preseason Week 2 games kicking off tonight. Raiders at Texans at 5, 49ers at Chargers at SoFi at 7 p.m. And we were talking a lot about the 49ers-Chargers joint practice that they had earlier this week, but we haven't spent a lot of time on the Raiders. And the one time we were talking about it wasn't necessarily a positive situation. It was a heated situation between Max Crosby and Kirk Cousins, and in practice, not really supposed to touch the players that are wearing the red jerseys. He didn't care. He did it anyway. But now we have some kind of positivity that we can wrap our arms around, Raiders Nation and the Fan, and that's our sweet, sweet baby, Fernando Mendoza. Okay. This man, this sweet, sweet young boy. It's just, the Raiders gave Mendoza his first real opportunity with the starting offense during Tuesday's joint practice against the Texans, who they are facing tonight at 5. Now, Kirk Cousins obviously still opening with the first team reps, but Mendoza getting that first look, was asked about it after Shea. We got the Mendoza sound. Let's hear from sweet baby Fernando before we dive into it.
I would say that it is tough. However, everything that is tough, you wouldn't want something to be easy. If it's tough, it's worth it, and that's why it works at the highest level. And it's great because the teammates, we rely on each other. We rely on the receivers to make the right timing and right route. The receivers rely on the quarterback to throw in the correct timing. The linemen rely on the quarterback to get it out on time. The quarterback rely on the lineman to give him that time to throw it. And then the tight end, there's so many different variables of it. And when we all rely on each other, I believe it makes us closer. And when we become one oiled unit, and we have all this synergy and become a dynamic ecosystem where we're evolving together, playing on time, be able to make, and then still make some off-schedule plays, but mostly playing on time, then that's what teams in this system take the next level.
He is so excited. I feel so excited listening to him. How do you not love this sweet man?
He is...
something.
God, he is going to be a senator or a something one day, man. This guy knows how to deliver a message. No, he is a special talent in that as a quarterback, as a teammate, you want your quarterback to have the least amount of distractions and the most amount of focus, because as the quarterback, you're the most important person on the field. And you want someone who is basically Fernando Mendoza, just a geek in the best way possible. Doesn't care about the parties, doesn't care about the social life, wants to be seen as a nerd.
Vegas.
He is the quarterback of the future for a reason, and it seems like every time he gets in front of a microphone, he reminds you why people have so much faith in him.
Okay, so I love it because, I just think it's the cutest thing ever. How much he loves his mom, how much he loves his family. We saw, we knew he was going to be the first overall pick at the draft. He decided to not be physically at the draft and be at home so he could be surrounded by his family and his Cuban community. And that was just really important for him. And that was the first, I think, just his welcome to the NFL of I'm going to do it my way.
Yeah.
And he's quirky, he's nerdy, he's excited. He feels like a little kid in a candy store. So again, different perspective as a media member, just like loving the personality of Fernando Mendoza. As a teammate, how do you think players respond to, I guess, the personality of Mendoza?
With a personality like his, your initial instinct as a player is going to be, this is fake. Why is he putting this on in front of us? This is not how you win over a team. This is not how you make friends, etc. But eventually you realize, oh, no, this is actually
This is just who he is.
And if I didn't cover the Big Ten and therefore followed the miraculous season that Indiana and Fernando had last year, I too would be sitting here thinking this isn't fake. Thinking this isn't real and this facade is going to crumble eventually. But this is the dude that he is. Like he went to Cal. If he didn't go to Cal, he was going to go to Yale. Like he's a dork.
Yeah, he's smart.
He's just a smart dork who happens to be a really tall freak athlete that can throw very accurate passes. So Kirk Cousins, thankfully, is welcoming the mentorship role. Kirk Cousins is essentially going to die on the cross this season because he's going to take a lot of hits because this team is not necessarily ready to compete, but you trust that the lessons learned this year at the pained and anguished body of Kirk Cousins will lead to Fernando Mendoza's
success.
Don't say
that. He's also he's on the latter end of his career, coming off the Achilles too. We talked a lot about Rodgers and his Achilles, but Kirk Cousins,
he's gonna get hit a lot and he's gonna get hit hard. But he signed up for it, and similar to our conversation with James Harden, the $500 million man.
Oh my goodness.
Kirk Cousins gets to rest knowing, you know what? I may not have won an MVP my last year, but I got all the money in the world, and people respect what I did to set the Raiders up for success going forward. I think there's a lot of admiration toward how Kirk Cousins is handling his final seasons.
So we've obviously, you're going to have rookie moments when you have opportunities, whether it's in practice, joint practice, preseason games. From what you've seen and heard about Fernando Mendoza so far in this small sample size, what's impressed you, and does anything worry you at this point?
What worries me is the offensive line and the defense. So they've had one preseason game. It was against Arizona.
Yeah.
The takeaways from there were I put Ashton Genty inconclusive because he only ran the ball 3 times. He had one good run, but the offensive line didn't really give him a ton. They only had a couple of plays. Wide receiver Trey Tucker, he's clearly wide receiver 1. They're using him really creatively, a lot of motions pre-snap, but Trey Tucker would be wide receiver 1. I don't know if Trey Tucker would be wide receiver 1 on any other team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk Cousins, I put meh, M-E-H, meh.
Meh.
Some dangerous throws, even if they were completed, but those throws were dangerous because time is limited, and because of the biggest point I had, that the wide receivers can't consistently get separation. When Fernando Mendoza did enter the game, he was aggressive, he was accurate, he used his legs, he took a couple too many hits for my liking. But the fact is, in zone where it's on the quarterback to find the man, he was fine. And man-to-man where it's up to the receiver to separate, he was not able to find someone because they were not able to do that. So the defense is going to be a lot better than they were last year. I don't think they'll be a massive liability like they were a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be young, and they're going to get a lot of reps. They're going to make mistakes, but it's setting up for future years. Offensively, the offensive line is going to be an issue, and that's why Kirk will be in there to take those hits, and the receivers need to get all the reps they can. But the future wide receiver 1, whoever Fernando Mendoza's right-hand man is as a wide receiver, currently isn't on the roster. So right now it's just getting those guys as much work as possible so that they can be wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 3 next year.
Now, Fernando Mendoza is expected to play the first half tonight when the Raiders take on the Texans, and O'Connell will replace him for the second half via Adam Schefter. So we're going to see a good amount of Fernando Mendoza. And when we were talking to Cynthia Freeland earlier about kind of what you're looking for in these preseason games, because you have to remember every team's different, whether it's the Raiders trying to figure out who are we now? Where are we going to be come this time of the season? But the Texans well, your brother works for the Texans. What can we expect to see about what kind of they're going to be working out compared to what the Raiders are looking at?
Until Aaron Donald signs, the Texans are the scariest defense in the NFL. From what they did last year, they almost won a playoff game just off of defense because C.J. Stroud was turning over the ball every single time they had the ball, and they still almost won the game. This defense is terrifying, and some reports from the joint practice that they had, which had some live sessions, will be an indication of what to expect tonight. The biggest takeaway was that Las Vegas's offensive line really struggled. But that's expected because you're facing a defense that has Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson and a bunch of dogs out there. But the offensive line struggled, leading to a lot of batted down passes for both Mendoza and Cousins. Mendoza was running with the ones there, leading to a lot of checkdowns, leading to a lot of sacks. They, of course, weren't hitting him, but they blew the whistle dead on what would have been a sack. During the scrimmage sessions, the Las Vegas run defense was kind of shaky. They also gave up 156 rushing yards to Arizona in week 1, which is kind of shaky. So what I expect tonight is, one, grateful to see Fernando Mendoza against what is one of, if not the best defense in the NFL right now.
So it's going to be a good test.
Yes.
See what we're working with.
Because we don't know how many reps they'll be out there, but he will see the starting defense.
Yes.
So this is a great test for Fernando, who is not expected to get a lot of live game reps this season.
That scares me for sweet baby Fernando Mendoza.
But at least he gets to get those reps against what is a absolutely terrifying defense, a terrifying defensive front who can make plays at any moment, and he's live.
Yeah.
So this is the best look that we're going to get of Fernando if he doesn't start or play any games throughout the regular season. So this is his season right now. This is it right here.
I believe if Fernando Mendoza sees any NFL action this season during the regular season, it is going to be after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. Their schedule is not doing them any favors. The AFC West, you have Pat Mahomes is coming back, and the Chiefs are trying to reignite their previous success. They're going to be decent. The Chargers have every right to feel like the AFC West is theirs, and of course the Denver Broncos were in the AFC Championship just last year. So Vegas has a major uphill battle. It's not going to be about how many games they win. It's about getting the young pieces. There's about 7 or 8 of them offensively and defensively, as many good reps as possible, because Fernando is not going to get the bulk of his reps, like you said, until the final month, 2 months of the year.
I'm just going to real quick run through their week 1 versus Dolphins, week 2 at Chargers, week 3 at Saints, week 4 versus Chiefs, week 5 at Patriots, week 6 versus Bills, week 7 versus Rams, week 8 at Jets, week 9 at 49ers, week 10 versus Seahawks, week 11 at Broncos.
Jesus.
Week 12, November 29th, after Thanksgiving, at Browns. Week 13, bye week. And then week 14 versus Chargers, 15 versus Broncos, 16 versus Titans, 17 versus Cardinals, or at Cardinals, 18 at Chiefs. They have a really tough schedule.
They have a brutal
Like, for a team that was like one of the worst teams in the NFL, they have a very difficult schedule. But that November 19th, when you look at that, like,
I think that's a great call.
It would be the Browns, and then you have a bye week, and then you kind of let them figure it out if that's what you're feeling. If you see Fernando Mendoza, that feels like the time of season that like makes the most sense.
I think you are absolutely right, and mark that, because that is the perfect time for him to be out there.
At the Browns.
Great call by you.
At the Browns, and then you get a bye week.
Yep.
How do we do?
Perfect.
Do we feel okay?
Is everything still attached?
Is everything still attached? I don't know, you guys. Football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Don't go anywhere, because coming up next, it is time for Brock Vereen to spill the tea. We'll be right back.
Hands before you even get to Cameron Carr, that volume and that rhythm in his shooting won't be there. Ultimately, flashes of these things in the summer, it's still better to see it than to not see it.
ESPN is posting this incorrectly. They are putting a fractured leg. Oh, it's a microfracture. Micro is a key word there. Can you play on a microfracture?
Yeah, I've played on a complete ruptured, fractured, stress fracture.
I played with a completely torn UCL and shoulder and a broken toe in 2 places.
Cody, you had multiples in games?
Multiple. Yeah, no, and no, they never took me out of a game because I am a badass.
Do we owe Christian and all the former Team USA members nationally, do they owe Christian an apology?
Does Landon Donovan, Tim Howard, and all of those people who have called out his lack of performance? Oh, yeah, did she owe him an apology too? No. No one owes him an apology. And here's the thing, I don't dislike Christian Pulisic. It's just I have been spending the last 5 years being told that this guy is the one that's going to take American soccer to the next level. Based on what I've seen now in 2 World Cups from the guy and him no-showing the Gold Cup with his first opportunity to play with Poch, and now all the reports around, and as much as I want to say they're sources and unverified, Landon Donovan's the one out talking about Christian Pulisic's camp and how he's been handling the press and how it's been a problem for Team US.
Pau Gasol arrives. Oh, yeah. Now we're on to something. I mean, Khobi may have knew. I didn't know. I remember saying to Khobi, like, I felt like we had enough. Like, even before Pau arrived, there's enough there. Was it a championship team? Probably not, but can't think that. You have to feel like every time you step on the court, you can win. And then when Pau came, it became easier to think that because of how great he was. So now Khobi's leadership in terms of Pau, Phil's relationship with Pau and getting the best from him, all of those things kind of evolved. And Phil couldn't treat Pau the same way he treated Khobi. Now we have a new all-star Hall of Fame level player. I can't coach him the same. I need to get to know him more. We know kind of how Pau is wired. The way I need to hold him accountable is going to look different than it does for somebody else. That's leadership. That's not being preferential or differential in your...
It's interesting hearing that your first pick overall is looking really good and it's being framed as a problem. This is the most Raider thing I've ever heard in my life. Your quarterback is playing too good. That's a problem, Raider fans. Do you know why it's a problem? Because we just hired the one and only Kirk Cousins. And we got Kirk Cousins basically to mitigate the season so we can give Fernando Mendoza some time to kind of season, possibly learn under a seasoned quarterback such as Kirk Cousins. And it's a great thing on paper. However, the reports coming out of Raider camp is Kirk Cousins doesn't look nearly as good as the young Fernando Mendoza.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. And then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left at tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
Dude's going through it right now.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure he is because he's put so many years of higher performance together. But it also sounded to me like like frustration. He knows he needs to be better, wants to be better for his team and teammates, but that, he's seen everything and he's been through everything. Like, you don't get to where these guys are without having navigated some of these moments and stretches. What I can tell you, though, is, the third time through is
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time. Agree or disagree with any of our takes at 855-975-2326. But right now, it is time for me to pass the mic to Brock, because it's time for Brock to spill the tea.
Hey, you hear that? The kettle's on, and Brock Vereen is here to spill the tea.
Welcome on in to Spill the Tea. There is no cup of coffee better than the afternoon cup of coffee, but before you can have that cup of coffee, you first have to spill the tea. Now, on Tuesday, we discussed Russell Westbrook because his retirement announcement, unfortunately, came moments after the Lakers organization went up in flames, and he didn't get his just due. But because here in LA, a story will remain a story forever, something happened Sunday that also did not get its just due. R.I.P. Tommy John, not the elbow, the man that the elbow surgery was named after. The left-handed pitcher, he died Sunday at the age of 83. Four-time All-Star, played for Cleveland, the Chicago White Sox, the Dodgers, 2 stints here, by the way, the New York Yankees for 2 stints, the Angels, and the Athletics. July 17th, 1974. Tommy John was 13-3 through 22 starts, having as good of a start to a season as you can. He's on the mound against the Montreal Expos when he throws a pitch, and he says it was the strangest sensation I have ever known, permanently damaging his UCL. Dr. Frank Jobe decided to drill holes in the humerus and ulna of his arm and his elbow, took a tendon from his right arm, since he's a left-handed pitcher, threaded it through those holes in a figure-8 motion, and just hoped it would work. The surgery had been done before, but only in hands, never in an elbow. Hands and wrists. It had never been worked on an elbow before. Tommy John had to wear a cast. The cast comes off. He realizes, I can't feel my fingers. Dr. Jobe goes back in, rewires his nervous system because the elbow, it can easily pinch those nerves. He undoes it, and after the second surgery, Tommy John finally gets the cast off a second time, can barely feel his fingers, so his first rehab assignment was he would tape the fingers that he did feel to the fingers that he couldn't feel and would throw a baseball against the wall all day long, and that's how he strengthened his arm, by taping his fingers together. And the craziest thing is, it worked. He returned to the mound on April 16, 1976, 19 months after injuring his arm, getting the nickname the Bionic Man. The odds were 100-1 on him ever pitching again. And one of my favorite quotes from any athlete ever, Tommy John said to that, I figured 1% was better than nothing. I told Dr. Jobe, if you do your job, I'll do mine. Love that. Love Tommy John. And the best part about the whole Tommy John situation, his career rather, before the surgery, he had 124 wins to his name. Post-surgery, he rallied up 164 more. And of course, having a surgery named after you feels like a negative connotation as the years go by. But it was a success, and his story was a success. He didn't enter the Hall of Fame because he only had 288 wins. The trend seems to be you have to have 300 wins to get to the Hall of Fame. But by passing away, he is now eligible for future consideration via the Classic Baseball Era Committee, which is kind of like a separate committee that votes you in out of respect, out of your honor to the game. And so it is now just a matter of time before Tommy John is rightfully in the Hall of Fame. Thank you, Dr. Jobe. Thank you, Tommy John. And that is the tea for today.
Wow. Dr. Jobin.
Dr.
Jobe, dude, that's crazy. And I was just looking up because now Tommy John is such like a normal, sadly, it's become such a normal procedure. More than 2,600 professional baseball players have undergone Tommy John surgery. That's around, it says approximately 33 to 35% of all active Major League Baseball pitchers have undergone the procedure at least once in their careers.
There's now a new line of thinking to where guys may not completely, like preventative surgery. Like they may slightly damage their UCL, and they say just do Tommy John now. Like whether you're in college, whether you're in minor ball, like just get it now because eventually you're going to need it. So just get it out of the way. Like that's how common it is because guys are they're just throwing too hard. Like pitchers' arms are just too strong. You have to think
about it. Like pitching is not a normal motion for your elbow.
Yeah.
My husband was a baseball player. Like his dad threw him, I don't even know how many bullpen sessions like growing up. Like he definitely needs surgery. Like my father-in-law just got surgery. Like, and these are like not people who ended up going professional. Mm-hmm. So you think about all the buildup from, they're starting even younger now with travel ball. Yep. But like for when we were growing up, I think like middle school was when we started travel ball. But I'm hearing that it's even younger now for these kids. And you're trying to not have them start throwing for heat and velocity and special pitches too early, but you know it's going to happen.
I have vivid memories of my travel ball team, and I would mainly play outfield and second base, but sometimes I would pitch if it was like late innings or if we were just blowing out a team and I said, Coach, can I pitch? I vividly remember we were 13 years old. You could only throw fastballs because we don't want these kids hurting their arms. Like, you watch these games now, these kids have a full arsenal of pitches. It is insane what they are allowing these kids to do with their arms. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And 13 years ago feels like a lifetime ago, but really it was yesterday. And how quickly we have just thrown out the health and well-being of these young kids is kind of scary. But the increase in Tommy John will unfortunately continue.
So, the procedure is no longer just for professionals. More than 50% of all Tommy John surgeries performed in the U.S. are now on athletes between the ages of 15 and 19 due to year-round pitching and overuse.
It's crazy. Because they're pitching for their high school team, they're on multiple club teams. They are pitching once a week for 10 years, and that's before they even get drafted. Like it is nuts.
That's have you ever had surgery?
I have, but all lower body, all lower body.
What'd you
do? Knee. Knee. It was fun. It was a blast, let me tell you.
Was that were you ACL, MCL,
Thankfully, it was meniscus, so I was still able to play that year. Whereas obviously for an ACL, your year is toast. But I say thankfully it was lower body just from a football standpoint and the position. Once you get into shoulders and neck and stuff and you're always hitting people, you're basically just going to live the rest of your life in pain. So I got lucky that it was minor and that it was a knee.
This is so wild. And when you think about it too, Shohei Ohtani has had 2 Tommy Johns, even though they're whoa, that second one, it was a different part of the UCL. So the non-Tommy John surgery, it works. It's wild. But there's a reason that there have been so many Tommy Johns at this point of every pitcher's professional career. And it's because of the overuse at such a young age. But to think that more than 50% of the surgeries now are for kids 15 to 19 years old.
It's insane.
What are we doing?
What we're doing with youth sports and the maximization of all of these kids. Seriously. There's a reason why Jason Tatum and Tyrese Halliburton, both of them not even close to 30 years old, when they pop their Achilles, because they just played too much basketball. Kids are playing too much football with these travel 7-on-7 teams. They're playing too much basketball year-round with the AAU teams. They're playing too much baseball year-round with their high school and their AAU. They're just doing too much. You're asking too much out of the body.
Yeah, but how are you going to tell a kid following a dream hey, maybe not too hard, maybe don't practice as much. That's the opposite of Mamba mentality, do whatever it takes. I mean, you work with the youth. What is there anything that you can do? I don't know if there is.
The problem is parents are convinced that if their kid is not working every single day on their craft, then they're not going to get a scholarship, that they're going to get left behind, which is insane because Clayton Kershaw was a great football player. Matthew Stafford was a great baseball player. Devontae Adams was a great baseball player.
Patrick Mahomes.
Multiple
He was
sports.
a great baseball player, which is why he has that insane sidearm as a shortstop would be throwing the ball.
It's the best thing for the body. And you talk to high school kids now, and all these parents are being convinced that their kid has to pick a sport when they're imagine having to pick a sport. Just make any decision that would dictate the rest of your life at 14 years old when you go to high school.
We all kind of did though. I did too. I was softball and soccer, and it was I couldn't keep up with varsity and travel ball, so it was I guess I'm going soccer. And I did. It was a great choice.
The travel aspect of it, that is important because you want to play against the highest competition ever.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you're getting coaches that tell you if your kid's going to come to my school, he can only play football. He can't run track. He can't play basketball. She can only play softball. She can't run track. She can't do this. And unfortunately, that's becoming the norm.
That's wild. That's wild. Fun facts with Brock, you guys. I never know, I never know what the tea is going to be. So I'm just staring at Brock like, where are we going today? Oh, at first, who'd you start with?
We have to research that. I don't know, actually.
No. I'm saying when you started this segment today.
Oh, Tommy John.
Westbrook.
Oh, Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, I was like, we're going down that route. No, we're taking a hard left. All right, you guys, another hard left. Lakers next.
You know, you are on fumes. I don't care how hard you work out in the offseason, how much time you put in, you know, what kind of recovery you're trying to do. You know, 3 seasons in a row playing all the way to the end is exhausting. Your body is not what it used to be 2 years ago.
Not to mention the years before that, because, listen, this guy's played to the playoffs every year, both in Boston and here. He's won 4 World Series now, 3 in LA, 1 in Boston. I mean, this guy definitely has played like full seasons post the regular season.
Yeah, and some of it, you know, it's not an age thing, or it's not a, you know, because of, you know, he's getting older or this, or like some of it is just, in particular when you've had such success in the past, like you have a standard for yourself. And sometimes when that standard isn't being met, like you can feel I'm not meeting my standard. Mm-hmm. That's the additional frustrating thing as well that can start to negatively impact your performance, because now you're pressing, you're trying harder, and you're trying to replicate what you used to do or what you normally do when the situation requires you to just be the present version of what you need to be. And so maybe your power isn't there, maybe your speed isn't there, maybe whatever, for whatever the reasons. But what adjustments can you make in real time to try to still be successful for the team? And that's kind of what everybody's going through in some form or fashion. Robleski, who's not the same age as Mookie, but he's not playing well right now. So, again, it's not automatically like we like to quickly just go to age or to some like easy thing that we can wrap our brains around.
Yeah.
But if a 24-year-old is struggling and a 34-year-old is struggling, that's not an age thing.
No.
Right? That's just part of sports and part of life. And you just have to figure out how to navigate these things. And to me, Mookie has world-class experience in navigating adversity and will ultimately do things that are going to help this.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pick-up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete, and Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried out here. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. It just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that Like, yeah, bro.
You ever talk to Magic about that? I'm like, dude,
No.
you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not?
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Power Hour number 4. Thank you for hanging out with us all day, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We've loved having you be here with us and us be a part of your day. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. We got some preseason football coming up, you guys. In 4 hours, Raiders at Texans tonight, 49ers at Chargers at SoFi at 7 p.m. Raiders, we're going to see sweet baby Fernando Mendoza start the game. It's being reported that he'll play at least the first half. And you know what? I just hope that offensive line can protect him enough against this Texans defense. Because after we were talking about that, now I'm just nervous for him. Now I'm just worried.
The offensive line they struggled quite a bit in the first preseason game against Arizona.
Yeah.
They struggled practicing against
You
the
think?
Texans. Right guard Jackson Powers-Johnson has been out with an injury. It's not the best defense to be facing banged up, but it's also the best defense to face because you could argue they are the best defense. But Fernando, just try and stay upright, buddy.
That's brutal. You were just telling me something, though, about Raiders during the commercial break.
So the Raiders play at Allegiant Stadium.
Yes.
Allegiant Stadium is one of the newer stadiums in the NFL. It opened in 2020. And as we sit here,
Is that when it did? It was during COVID.
Because it was the COVID year. It was debuted, I'm pretty sure. So as we sit here, not even 6 seasons later, the Las Vegas Raiders are seeking to do $158 million worth of improvements to the stadium's north entry, which will create a new front door for the stadium, including a pedestrian deck, public plaza, and event deck. They are seeking $75 million of that $158 to be taxpayer money. And if you are a taxpayer, you're saying, we just helped you build the stadium.
That's
Why
insane.
do you need more money
So
from us?
what event deck? That's what it is. So they can make money of people throwing events at the stadium. That's what it is.
They
Ding,
are
ding,
the
ding,
hosts of Super Bowl 63. So,
Again?
Yeah, they just had one.
I'm
And
going
they
to
have it
be
again.
honest, though. Like, Vegas is the perfect place to host a Super Bowl. Like, that was one of the more easy, like, the infrastructure in Vegas was built for huge events and this kind of influx of fans and crowds. And it didn't even feel like it was just normal Vegas busyness. I mean, there was also like a fight going on when we were there.
There was a UFC
for
fight, yeah.
the Super Bowl. I mean, and again, everything is just kind of right there around the strip, so it was super easy getting around everywhere. Big fan of Vegas. Like, they should just host a Super Bowl every year.
I'm not mad at it. It's indoors. The weather's great. I think the biggest thing there is the fact that it was walkable. The fact that you could walk
Insane.
anywhere you needed to go was delightful.
Like, no shortage of places to stay, places to eat, things to do, events, places for brands to have events and around. And that was wild. That was fun.
So, $75 million taxpayers.
That's
Sorry,
insane.
Vegas residents. It looks like
That's insane. And they're
this
also
is out of
paying
your
for the
hands.
A's. Are they paying for the A's stadium right now?
Probably.
That one actually looks pretty cool.
It does look sweet, but if you are a taxpayer, you're sitting there saying, how many more stadiums are going to come here? How many more teams are going to come here? How many more things are we going to have to fund?
Ownership.
A whole lot.
Which is crazy, too, because Tom Brady's a part of the ownership
Yes,
with
he is.
Mark. Yeah, it's weird to me when it's like not a great team. I don't know. Vegas has a ton of money. It's like the gambling aspect of everything, that just Vegas in general feels like the city could probably cough it up, but they're not gonna.
Nope.
even though it's going to bring even more business to Vegas than they already have. And they've been struggling. Vegas, I guess, has been struggling, right?
There was a lot of articles that a bunch of private equity companies have taken over a lot of the hotels and are kind of stripping away things that used to come with. Like there's some hotels you have to pay to use the refrigerator now.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, it's insane. It is insane. As someone who has family in Vegas, I'm there fairly often. A lot of amenities that used to just come with it are now being extracted for profit, and so Vegas is Vegas used to be a place that you could have. Like, you could go there on a budget.
Yeah, because if you're gambling, you get free drinks.
That's a huge part of it. That's also no longer a thing.
Really?
At a lot of places. Yeah, so it's pushed out the non-rich people in Vegas, and I think they overestimated how many people went there on a budget, and because it was an affordable trip, and it no longer is.
Damn.
So that's the Vegas
All right.
update.
Well, Raiders at Texans tonight, 5 p.m. 49ers at Chargers at SoFi at 7 p.m. So we got some good preseason action. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Speaking of ownership, because we were just kind of talking about Raiders ownership, the Lakers ownership drama. And this was kind of the first question we had when the news broke last week is, how is this going to affect kind of the front office, baseball operations, the players? Is it going to affect all that? Because we've really been focusing on Jeanie and the 5 siblings. The battle this week has been the battle over the Buss's remaining Lakers ownership stake and how messy it's getting. Last week, it was Mark Walter flipping the Lakers in under a year for a $2.5 billion profit. He bought the Lakers from the Buss family under a year ago for $10 billion, which was the largest sports team sale in history. And less than a year later, selling it to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner for $12.5 billion. And again, like the question surrounding it all was, you were just getting everything kind of set in stone this offseason, whether it was the front office, getting this new Lakers roster put together. Is this going to affect everything that they started to do?
It is, and that's the part that stings the most, because you're not going to be able to measure what would have happened, because Andrew Friedman and the various people who were far anxiety and the various Dodgers people who were helping the Lakers transition to a more modern system of how they do things never really got to do that. Like they had one free agency, but it wasn't enough to really establish a way of doing things. So when Mark Walter took over, he brought in Andrew Friedman because they wanted to make the Lakers a more analytically driven franchise, as we've documented well throughout the last week or so. This has been a mom and pop shop for quite a while, and pretty traditional in the way that they do things. We're the Lakers. We're in Los Angeles. We win games. We're always going to have an ability to attract superstars, and those superstars are going to figure it out. We have Phil Jackson, who is the Zen master. He, of course, has his triangle offense, but very much was kind of patient, sat back on his heels, and let the guys work themselves out. Like that mindset and culture was kind of woven into the fabric of every coach since Phil Jackson. So this was going to be a big change. They brought over Walker Kessler to be the perfect big for a pick-and-roll system. Now that LeBron is gone, this offense can be entirely built around Luka's needs and Luka's advantages. And Austin Reeves was retained because he is a great number 2 for a pick-and-roll system. Like, everything was built around the pick-and-roll, and we're going to implement analytics to supplement that. Rob Pelinka, you are kind of on a prove-it deal right now, and we're going to bring in 2 assistant GMs. They hired one. They never hired the second one.
Yeah.
And now everything that Friedman, Walter, and all the powers that be had in place is just kind of thrown out, and there's new ownership. And I'm curious, if you're JJ Redick, you're sitting there saying, okay, so what's the plan during the transition? Because it's going to take months, if not a year plus, for this officially to be sold, for the sale to officially go through. So yeah, I am concerned regarding what the heck the plan is going forward.
Yeah, and according to The Athletic, there's a belief around the NBA that the Lakers cannot finish building out their basketball operations department until the ownership situation is resolved. And as you said, like, that can take months.
Take a long time.
Months to figure it out. And again, like they entered the offseason. The plan was to hire 2 assistant GMs under Rob Pelinka. They hired the rocket scientist.
Yes.
Still had not hired the second one. The team has also reportedly made little progress adding to its pro scouting department. Like that was already becoming an issue with the preseason and a little more than a month away, getting everything underway. So it's crazy because even when we had Arash Markazi on last week, when the news broke, he said people within the Lakers organization was reaching out to him and they were like, do you know what's going to happen to us and our jobs? Like, what?
5 weeks. We have 5 weeks until training camp starts for most NBA teams. And from the Buss family to if Jeanie wants to buy her way back in to what Rob Pelinka's status is going forward to the new ownership, like all of that, actually none of that is going to get figured out in the next 5 weeks. So when the Lakers are on the court and there are 5 guys in purple and gold jerseys and 5 guys wearing a different team's jerseys, I'm confident that quality basketball is going to be played. I mean, long term, the Lakers built something that they want to continue molding and shaping and building around for the next 3 to 5 years. That's what this offseason set them up for. And now you kind of you have the bodies. You still have guys who are still good at basketball. That doesn't change. But there was a plan in place, which is why they got the guys that they got. We want a tall, athletic big. Let's go get Walker Kessler. We need to be young and athletic on the wing. Let's go get Quentin Grimes. Let's go draft Cameron Carr. Let's go get Matisse Thybulle. Like everything was under the same plan, and if that plan is now going to change or is in limbo, I'm just curious what the pecking order is of decision-making going forward.
And the craziest part right now, I'm watching a video, all of the Lakers, Luka Dončić and the Lakers, like the 5-day team bonding trip in Slovenia kicks off today, and they all touch down today. And like he chartered a flight to bring everybody out. 16 of the 17 players on the roster committed to the trip. Cameron Carr, a rookie, is the only player missing out due to a mandatory NBA rookie orientation, which is really unfortunate for
Terrible
Cameron
timing.
Carr. That like literally the entire team is going except for you. But right now, like what they have to do, like all of these players, they got to come together over these 5 days and they got to block out the noise.
You know what's insane is a lot of times chaos outside of the locker room makes the team closer than ever, especially when it's not anyone there's fault.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if a guy goes and gets a DUI or gets arrested, that doesn't bring the team together. But when it's outside forces that are seen as significant roadblocks or speed bumps or anything that could be us against the world, they're going to count us out, we have to deal with things no one else has to deal with, that can absolutely bring a team together. And I would imagine, I'd imagine there's some kind of camera footage, mini documentary. I hope there's footage in Slovenia. I would love to see the behind the scenes. But if not, I'm sure at some point we're going to hear about Luka reiterating throughout the course of this, like we control everything that we can control. There's going to be tons of distractions, but it needs to make us closer together. And I'm hopeful that Luka, in his first role as a true leader of a team, he's been the face of teams before, but this is his first time as the true leader. I hope he's ready to buck up, because this is a heck of a first test.
I mean, if anyone can speak about experience of ownership transitions, it's Luka Dončić. He has had, 5 now in maybe 5 years? 2 with the Mavs and now 3 with the Lakers since being traded, which is crazy. So if anyone can speak to it, it's Luka with this completely just new put together Lakers roster. But the timing is honestly perfect. Like the fact that they are in another country, in Luka's home country, and he is not only bringing them together for team bonding and doing a mini camp, but also like opening up his life to this new team as the leader, and you're not surrounded by the noise in LA and in the US right now. Timing could not be better. My question now is, would it be a good idea if the new owners showed up maybe on the last day of camp with the whole team together and be like, hey guys, I just wanted to let you know we are so excited to be here and we are going to do everything we can to make this the best possible franchise that it has been in the past and we know it can be.
I would say, God, I like this. I like
Right, the
putting
last
myself in the mind of a player if I'm in Slovenia. I would say don't show up to Slovenia, but be waiting on the tarmac when we return and say, dinner's on us. We're all going to Malibu and get sushi and Nobu, and we want to introduce ourselves. That I would love. I wouldn't want them to be in Slovenia, but I would love for them to make a surprise entrance upon return or whenever the team gets together for the first time.
No, I feel like out of country, they're kind of in that mindset. Maybe it's the last day of mini camp and it's like, hey, dinner is on us out here. We might not be there at dinner with you, but we just wanted to show face. Say how excited we are to be here and to bring this Lakers brand back to the dynasty that it was at one point. Like, there has to be some sort of like forward-facing moment.
I agree.
It could have been. We haven't heard about it yet, but this is the first time that you're getting the entire group together in a controlled atmosphere doing team bonding. Like, don't do it in the beginning, but maybe like last day of mini camp, the last dinner. You show up, or even like I was
gonna say maybe like a Zoom call in to Luka's house or wherever everyone's staying. Okay,
can you imagine the house if he has a house that can hold 16 like grown men comfortably
over 6'7"?
Like, what a mansion!
No, I'm not mad at that, Alex. What I would say is all of these guys are young. They are millennials. Some are Gen Z. They are on the phones. They are on social media. They know that the overwhelming sentiment around the new ownership is negativity. They know that the Buss family and their chaos, like
it's chaos at home right now. Absolute chaos.
I completely agree with you that whether it is Zoom conferencing in or seeing them quickly after return, they have to get in front of them and just reiterate something, because every single time these guys pick up their phone, check their group chats, look at Twitter, it's what the heck are the Lakers doing? This is a
look
joke.
Where you ended up.
Exactly. So I agree that the sooner the better regarding the new ownership showing themselves to this new
Do we know
Lakers roster.
if JJ and Rob Pelinka are out on this mini camp too?
To my knowledge, no, but I don't know that for a fact.
Wouldn't it make sense to have the
Pelinka
coach
is
there?
not.
Okay, but
I know for sure Pelinka is not, but
because I want to know how they're feeling too. Like, yeah, obviously Luka is the leader of this team player-wise, but your front office coach, Rob Pelinka, JJ, who helped put this team together and is managing this team together. I want to hear from them. I just want to hear from Lakers, whether it's ownership, front office, coaches, Luka. Yeah, we've seen the statements posted on Twitter. Give me a video. I want to hear someone talk. I want to see their reaction. I want to feel their reaction. Like, talk to us, Laker fans. Anything. Give us anything right now.
Just acknowledge that this whole thing is chaos. That would be enough for me. You're not gonna win me over in one press conference. That's not really how it works. But just acknowledge that this is chaos and this is unprecedented, and that you're gonna try as hard as you can. JJ Redick, by the way, definitely isn't there because there's probably strict rules regarding when a coach can be there or not. But that's even better because Luka running the practice.
Okay.
And giving them a training plan can probably lead itself toward him being the leader of the team.
Did football, like, were you a part of any of that, like, before preseason started in football? Like, is that a thing where, like, we know Tom Brady kind of did that. I think when he went to the Bucs, just because it was so new to get some of the guys together.
So defense is a little different because we are reactionary. But what I would do is meet up with other DBs on other teams and work with them. Like so like TU University. Kind of like that.
The tight end university.
Yeah,
Did you guys do that where like all the DBs got together?
A smaller version of that. Yeah. Like
Okay.
I flew to my friend who was at the Carolina Panthers. We all flew to North Carolina and trained with him and used all their stuff. And it was really cool. Offense is a little different because you need chemistry. Defense, there's more camaraderie among the various teams in a way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was cool.
But that wasn't same team. Those are different teams.
Different
but that's
teams, yeah.
tight end university too. It's like all the
Yeah,
tight ends
true,
around the
true.
league coming together and having a big party, and then Taylor Swift performs, and it's really awesome, and you wish you were there. Cool. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, Dodgers are heating up. Mookie Betts is finally heating up. Is this the turnaround that we needed to see from the Dodgers down the stretch heading into October? That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, that's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot.
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo went back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. That's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi's the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still.
This surgery might have saved Blake Snell's career. You have to understand, when you talk about losing feeling in your fingers, that is a bigger problem than you actually think. Remember the manufactured controversy of the sticky stuff that we were dealing with? That was a very manufactured thing. Now, were players using spider tack and things like that? Yes. Have they always used spider tack and things like that? Yes. Why do they use that? Because it limits the amount of pressure you need to put on the baseball, which actually helps your health. Tommy John surgeries are not because you're throwing your elbow out. Tommy John surgeries is because there's a connective chain from your UCL directly to your fingertips. And there is a direct correlation on the pressure you put on the baseball down into your elbow, which is completely unprotected the way you throw a baseball. So you take away the sticky stuff, you have to add more pressure on the baseball to get the same amount of movement. There you go. Tommy John surgery spike up. Now, put yourself in a position that you're a professional major league pitcher and you can't even feel your fingertips on the baseball. Crazy. You don't actually know the pressure that you're putting on the ball completely. That's going to lead to a devastating elbow injury that could easily derail the career of Blake Snell. Luckily, he's got paid all this money, but I can't stress this enough. Blake Snell wants to be on the mound. So this surgery cured like 9 ailments all in one. The finger situation, and it cured a shoulder situation. By the way, when you hear shoulder with a pitcher, that usually means their career is over. I can't wait to see what he can do coming back. I'm expecting a good outing. Blake Snell's expecting to dominate, and that's why I love
Luka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? You know, we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. I felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have think I got it and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and like now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them a true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Monf, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Brock, I forgot to mention and wish you a happy National Radio Day.
Hey, look at that for
That's
us.
today.
All
Shay,
right.
Happy National Radio Day.
Congrats, everyone. We
You're
did
on.
it.
By the way.
Happy Radio Day
To us. Can we do that? I like that. My mind didn't even go that way, but I'm like, damn, good. It's a good one, Brock. What else is good? Dodgers, you guys, finally heating up. And I think what gets me excited that this was a turnaround kind of a series, even though I'll say it over and over again, even though it was against the Rockies and it was in Denver where the ball just absolutely flies. Best case scenario for the Dodgers right now to get in a place to turn their season around. They completed the sweep last night, beating the Rockies 6-4 in extra innings, and it was the bats that finally were coming alive. Freddie Freeman driving in the go-ahead run with the sac fly and extras. Mookie Betts had one of his best games of this series with 3 hits, including his 16th home run of the season and an RBI single in the 10th inning. When you're big names, now, don't get me wrong. I love it when it's bottom of the lineup or a new hero every single game in a series. But when you have a game, when your big names are stepping up, that's when I think fans can take a deep breath and be like, we're going to be okay.
Yeah, I think there has been so much conversation regarding the injuries, regarding MVPs and Cy Youngs, of course, regarding World Series, regarding records against playoff teams versus against the not likely to be playoff teams. There's so much to discuss regarding the Dodgers this year and how much change there has been. Last year, we thought that it was going to be a stagnant chalk year, and then chaos ensued, and somehow even this year, the chaos has outnumbered last year's chaos just with the number of bodies and names and injuries.
Loose bodies.
Loose bodies,
Loose
right?
bodies.
God, I never
bodies on the IL.
After this season, I never want to hear that phrase ever
First
again,
season
I
I've ever
swear.
heard loose bodies so many times. I was like, I've worked in
ridiculous.
baseball since 2012, and this is the first season I have heard loose bodies, and then the amount of loose bodies is insane.
And 3 Dodgers have had their names attached to it so far. But it is comforting to see, Freddie Freeman still playing at a Hall of Fame level. Yep, Mookie Betts maybe not quite at his MVP Gold Glove level, but still a quality baseball player. Yep, Shohei Ohtani still an offensive dynamo. Now that he's not worried about pitching, yes, I'm right there with you. It's the things that keep you calm and confident that the guys who have been here and won multiple World Series wearing these uniforms are still here.
And Mookie Betts talked about it after the game on his bat finally coming alive.
We're getting closer. We're getting closer. It's a work in progress every day. I'm just happy I was able to help the boys. in a time of need.
You guys always. It's funny because it's like one of my favorite quotes is I was talking with Mark Gubiza. He is a friend of the show. He does the analyst work, former pitcher, analyst work for the Angels, former pitcher for the Royals. And I remember we were talking about something about like a player and like how he was doing in his injury. And he's like, you know what, Alex, we are all just day to day. I was like, that's Gooby. That's a great way to look at life. Yeah, we are all just living day to day. Like. When's he coming back? Like, how are you feeling? I don't know, day to day. Mookie, like what he just said there, like it's just, you're doing your best and you're hoping like it just takes one step forward each day. But again, like with so many guys on this Dodgers roster, whether it is a Mookie Betts, whether it's a Kyle Tucker, who we hope is on the other side of that 0 for 26 and almost yips situation that he was at, now stacking up a couple games and slowly getting back into the flow of things after we saw him crying in the dugout on Monday night, which was really brutal. But between him, Mookie Betts, Kike Hernandez last night, he even talked. Can we get the Kike sound too? Because I just think it's Shay. We got the Kike sound. I just think it's so important because not many guys would admit what Kike Hernandez said, because he hit his first home run since returning from the IL, and this is what he had to say about the mental side of things.
I've been having a lot going on in my brain. Mechanics are off, and obviously not playing much. It's hard to work on stuff and feel like it's clicking. And today was one of those days where I said, F it, just go out there and compete. And I was able to put 2 good swings on the ball and help the team win, contribute, which is nice. And hopefully, I can remember what I did today and keep it going.
Because that's what it is. Sometimes you just got to go out there and say, F it, we got to figure it out. Because we've seen.
It's that simple.
That's all. I swear, though,
Yeah,
sometimes when you got to get yourself out of it, like when you're in a funk or in a slump, or in Kike's instance, not getting a ton of consistent playing time because he is that utility player, to just go out there and be like, hey, I know how to do this. I am a professional, okay? I can do this. I mean, we saw Kyle Tucker in a very different situation on Monday, just at one point you got to look at yourself in the mirror. It's like, I'm getting paid $60 million to do this. I know how to do this, right? I can figure this out. And same with Mookie Betts. We heard Dave Roberts talk about it during his kind of tough stretch that he was going through. He was we were just talking to him and reminding Mookie, hey, you can do this. You know how to do this. You got this. And again, Kike is one of the few players I think that openly it would admit something like that and share that side of it. But you pull back the curtain, they're all just humans too, you guys.
I do like that the Dodgers are very... Well, when you're surrounded with Hall of Fame or just great talent, it's easier to humble yourself and learn from the other guys.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you're a really good player on a team that's not really good, you look to your left and your right and say, there's not much I can learn from these dudes. But with Mookie, earlier on in the year, he was working a lot with Sensei Yada, they call him, who is... When you see Yoshinobu Yamamoto throwing javelins in the outfield and doing all these Eastern, South Asian, Pacific medicine rehab type things to warm up his body, Mookie said during spring training he was working with him and trying something new. And then when he was coming out of his slump just before the All-Star break, he said how he was talking to Freddie Freeman a lot about how Freddie Freeman and his process. And here's 33-year-old Mookie Betts, still learning, still growing.
Yeah.
And, I bring up his sometimes struggles at shortstop really out of compliment in a way, because last year was his first year spending full time at shortstop on defense at 32 years old, which is just not something that you hear about. Yeah, he played second base before and most of the time in the outfield as a Dodger, but to make that leap is massive. So him struggling is not great to see defensively when it does pop up. But then you remind yourself, maybe more important than anything is this guy knows how to deliver in the big moments.
Yep.
And when the lights are the brightest, when the plays matter the most, he has proven he will deliver. And that's what you have to remind yourself when there is a bad throw off of a ground ball to Freddie Freeman. He will be ready when the moment matters, which brings in Kike.
Yeah.
Not playing as much as he would like as a utility guy, spending a lot of the season injured, has always been a utility guy anyway. But when the moment matters,
Geektober,
he will be ready.
Mm-hmm. No, it's insane. I didn't realize the lore of Geektober until last season in the last playoffs, where you really I started doing the deep dive of all of his interviews, and he really does just take on this new persona. And honestly, with the Dodgers, you guys, that's all that matters. Okay. They can, like I said, I think last week, perfect time for them to slump a couple weeks ago, right? You guys, perfect time. I don't want them getting too hot too fast. I want them heating up come September. That long homestand that they have to kick off September, that's when I want things to start heating up. And then when they go on the road trip and we're cruising into October, that's when I want the Dodgers to hit their stride. I want them to be fighting for something, okay? As we've seen, anytime they had 100-win seasons, it ain't good in the postseason, okay? So what I want the Dodgers to do, I like the fact that they're chasing the Brewers, okay? I like the fact that they are looking towards something and there is a goal and they have to fight and claw and get back into, again, they're doing fine in the NL West right now, but I'm saying in the National League to get that bye, even if they don't get the bye, but they get in, the Dodgers are going to be just fine. And maybe it's because, well, definitely because they have the most experience, playoff experience, the back-to-back champs. But we're starting to see the turn from a lot of these top players. And Roki Sasaki is another one of those guys who continues to just look solid on the mound. He has now had a 2.63 ERA over his last 7 starts and a 2.10 ERA since the All-Star break. And it's all because of that giant glove. That giant toy-looking glove that helped him not tip pitches that the Dodgers were concerned about. So they're finding the issues, they're creating solutions, and we're seeing guys start to turn their season around.
Speaking of, one thing that is miraculous that it hasn't been an issue recently is the catcher position. Ben Rortvedt and Hunter Fiducia and the job that they have done since taking over. Hunter, you would call the starter because he plays more of the games, but Rortvedt will rotate in the 9th inning or just flat out start the game every now and then. They have been incredible. And to be the 4th and 5th catcher, I believe, throughout this season, and they have stepped up to the occasion. Why I bring it up right now specifically is because going back to when you surround yourself with greatness, you naturally have to elevate your game because you see how Mookie works. You see how Freddie rehabs. You see how much time Shohei spends in the cages. You just see everyone working their tails off day in and day out. And Ben Rortvedt yesterday went 1 for 3, but the most important thing was in the 2nd inning, there's a runner on 1st and 3rd, and there are 2 outs. Roki's up there thinking, man, am I going to be able to get out of this? Runner steals 2nd. For those who don't know, when there's a runner on 3rd and a runner steals 2nd, you basically treat it as a free base because the risk of making a bad throw to 2nd and the ball rolling into the outfield, giving up a free run to the man on 3rd is very rare. Only the top catchers, I guess you would say, would confidently be able to routinely do that. Rortvedt went for it. They got him out at 2nd, and the inning was over. And I was like, oh, that level of confidence and stones it takes to make that throw and get that guy out. I was just sitting there smiling like, all of these injuries piling up that we forget the catcher position. We're down to the 4th and 5th man. And they're out here throwing out guys at 2nd with 2 outs with a man on 3rd. It's insane.
It's wild when you think about that the Dodgers pitching staff is one of the scariest rotations in baseball. And at the trade deadline, they lost both of their 1-2 punch catchers in Will Smith, who's still making his way back, and Dalton Rushing, who, again, UCL tear that we were talking about, Tommy John, earlier. And to see these guys, step up. I like that was a good tip your hat moment, because now we're going to see the lineup of Yoshinobu Yamamoto taking the mound at home on Friday, Tarek Skubal on Saturday, and just seeing how well Blake Snell has come back and stepped into this Dodgers rotation. That is such a scary 1, 2, 3 come September and October, you guys. Dodger fans, get excited. All right, we got to take our last break. When we come back, Chargers preseason game 2 against the 49ers kicking off in a couple hours. Don't go anywhere. We're diving into that when we come back.
VHS tape and everybody else on huddle, so it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically, and then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, good series, after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, be well, thanks for understanding. He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Yeah, I just got emotional again thinking about it. That's awesome. Yeah, I think sometimes as a competitor, like, you know, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy. Yeah. And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, like, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, like, it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And, you know, playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was. And, you know, I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman. What was this? 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago.
And that's what he remembers.
This is a person that was in that building
amazing.
as well and saw you run down there. And Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson. It's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years." But so anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations
to you. You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you've been tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here and love how much you've been a part of the show and a part of the conversation. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. We got a couple NFL preseason games kicking off today. Chargers tonight with 49ers in town at SoFi, but Raiders at Texans at 5 p.m. We kind of dove into the whole Raiders situation. Obviously, you have connections with the Texans, your brother being a part of that franchise on the scouting department.
Yes,
scouting
indeed.
department. And Fernando Mendoza making the start for the Raiders. But now let's dive into the 49ers at Chargers. We kind of touched on them yesterday with the joint practice. But obviously, I think the biggest blow and the biggest conversation around the Chargers this week is Tyler Biadasz out, who was kind of their big offseason acquisition at center. Jake Slaughter now stepping in. And I just need to know from your perspective kind of what this means for Justin Herbert moving forward. I mean, are we even looking for anything tonight in the preseason game, or are we just making sure everyone stays healthy and get us to week 1?
I would say the biggest focus tonight will be running back Omarion Hampton because he will be the one player that benefits the most from Mike McDaniel being the offensive coordinator. He is going to have an incredible year, and he tore up the 49ers during their joint practice in the live sessions, running over people without going down, continuing running over safeties, running over linebackers. And that was a semi-private practice. We're just reading reports and seeing clips that get put to social, but in front of the whole world with everyone watching, what can you do? And I think he will be the biggest factor there. But with Jake Slaughter taking over the center position, so offensive line is split into two. There are your offensive tackles, and then there are your interior offensive linemen. Center, left guard, and right guard are fairly interchangeable. Yeah. And by the time you make it to the NFL, you've played all three throughout your high school collegiate career. So him having to literally snap the ball now is not a big deal. He played center at Florida, by the way. It's the communication. It's the fact that most communication starts from the quarterback, then it goes to the center, and then it gets spread across the offensive line.
Yeah.
Now, Jake Slaughter was working as the left guard, so he's sitting there next to Tyler Biadasz, so he knows what the communication is. It's just that he's the one that now has to say it instead of listening to it and responding. So that's not as big of a hurdle as it may seem. It also means, though, that we need to focus on the left guard, the remaining guys in the left guard battle. And Coyote Oshika, who unfortunately is the guy who threw the player into the knee of Tyler Biadasz, is how we got in this point.
Yeah.
He will probably be the front runner there. So I'm actually not looking a ton for Herbert here.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Omarion Hampton, and if the offensive line can continue to open up holes for him, which I expect them to have no problem doing.
I mean, we're only going to see one series. Harbaugh says the first team will play one series against San Francisco. He called it a real dress rehearsal because he doesn't want their first live snaps together to come in week 1. So this will be the first game look at Justin Herbert in this Mike McDaniel's new offense after they've been focusing on those quicker decision makings, getting the ball out to playmakers in space faster. So it's hard because like one series.
Yeah.
That what
One thing that's tricky as a coach and offensive coordinator, when we're speaking with NFL genius Cynthia Freeland earlier, she hinted at this a little bit. There's this delicate balance in the preseason of wanting to see if things you are practicing work while not showing the entire league your good stuff, right?
Yeah.
But I would love to see a deep shot to rookie Brennan Thompson. He's the speedster that they drafted out of Mississippi State, who has been working with the ones as early as I believe it was the 3rd or 4th practice in pads. I would love just to see what that connection looks like between Herbert and Brennan Thompson. But I also understand if Mike McDaniel's sitting there saying, we're not going to show the world what we think of Brennan Thompson just yet. We're going to wait until you see it in games that matter. But I still expect one deep shot from Herbert, whether it's Brennan Thompson, whether it's Trey Harris, whether it's someone. One play where Herbert, play action, drops back and just lets it fly.
Is that what you want to see most from Herbert? Is that what you're going to be watching from Herbert?
I would say that's the only thing I need to see from him. Just
I mean, you're only getting one series, so it's like
very, very limited opportunities. But even when Justin Herbert leaves and Trey Lance and DJ Uiagalelei come in, I still expect to see Brennan Thompson and Trey Harris and Keandre Lambert-Smith. I would imagine Herbert and Omarion Hampton only get that one series, but I expect the receivers to stay in for a 2nd or 3rd series with the backup quarterback.
Is one series enough? Like, that just feels like, especially, again, as a starter, and I'm sure, like, you're used to being out there the entire game, to then have that little just, like, taste of it?
If the receiver room was younger, I would be more concerned. So the positive outlook of it is this.
Okay.
If Harbaugh and McDaniel were not confident, they would tell Herbert, you and the starters are going to work out all of your issues because we're not where we need to be, so you're going to play an entire quarter.
Yeah.
Right? Fernando Mendoza is playing a lot more than one series because the Raiders' offense is not where it needs to be.
It's also
right?
a lot of new.
And it's a lot of new.
It's a lot of new.
So while the Chargers' offensive skill, somewhat unproven, didn't have a great year last year, but they have experience, right? Ladd McConkey has been around. Trey Harris is not a rookie. Quentin Johnson has been around. Keandre Lambert-Smith is young, but he's not a rookie. Brennan Thompson is the only rookie. Him and Devontae Ross are the only rookies who are fighting for playing time. So if you are if you're McDaniel or Harbaugh, you're saying, we're confident in those guys' connection that we've seen in practice, in joint practices, and we know when they get under the bright lights of SoFi, they're not going to crumble because they've played there before.
Yeah.
We're not worried about that. So that's the argument for why Herbert is only getting one series.
Okay, so we focused on the O-line. We talked about Herbie. We talked about you want to see one deep throw to a wide receiver. You want to see some running back movement. So we've kind of focused a lot on the new Mike McDaniel, what the expectations are coming into this season. What are you going to be looking for on defense for the Chargers?
Genesis Smith, who is probably my favorite draft pick, been singing his praises all training camp, and from what we understand, he is living up to all the hype. He can essentially play any safety spot and any slot corner spot. He won't be on the outside. He will be a starter on this defense at some point this season. I want to see him out there because I want to realize I want to have a guess on how quickly he will be one of the starting safeties. He is that good.
Now, the Chargers are facing a pretty beat up 49ers team. Like, obviously you're not going to get a lot of starters anyway, like we were just talking about. Harbaugh said his starters are going to get one series. So it's a real dress rehearsal. But what are you expecting from Shanahan and the 49ers?
So they are so far beyond banged up at this point. Like not
over 20% of their roster.
Not just the guys who are on IR and aren't coming back until week 2, week 5, or need surgery. Even the guys who are considered healthy but not practicing. Mike Evans had to leave the joint practice and is now icing his ankle and is not going to play tonight. Christian McCaffrey has sat out the last week and was not in the joint practice. So
he was there.
He was there, but he was not participating. So even the 49ers, quote, healthy guys aren't actually healthy. Yeah. And so if you are the Niners, if you are the Chargers, you go in knowing that you're not getting their best look. And it's unfortunate because I wanted to see this defense against McCaffrey. I wanted to see these DBs against Mike Evans, but we ain't going to see it. So you go out there expecting to dominate.
Yeah, the 90-man training camp roster, 27% of them are currently dealing with an injury or on the injured list.
It's so unfortunate because you want the toughest possible opponent for joint practices, right?
Yeah.
No disrespect to the Saints, but the fact that the Rams have their joint practice with the Saints, you kind of shrug and say, we are better than these guys.
Yeah.
A joint practice against the Cowboys, now that's something because the Cowboys are hoping to be a playoff team.
Yeah.
Not saying that the Saints...
Oh, they were coming out when we talked about it. They were coming out showing their best hand. Meanwhile, the Rams were like, well, let's just see what works. That isn't like our best stuff because I'm not going to show you my hand. I'm not going to show you my punchline.
But you want the best possible team for the second preseason game, and you want the best possible team for joint practices because it's a measuring stick. You want to know where you're at without having to sacrifice a win or a loss. So the Raiders going up against the Texans, that is great. These may be the only starting snaps Fernando Mendoza gets for the next 3 months. You want them against the best possible defense imaginable, and that's what Houston brings. On paper, when they schedule this, the Chargers were thinking, 49ers, yeah, that's going to be a great look.
Yeah.
And then half their team gets hurt.
Does Shanahan have that same kind of mentality as McVay where he's not playing the starters, and even though his starters are injured right now?
Because we we have never seen a Shanahan offseason where his guys are healthy.
Oh.
We just don't know. Like they're always so hurt that we don't know.
Substation attacks again. I still think it's so funny, you guys. Tinfoil hat. Curry's tinfoil hat is on right now. I need a little like unicorn headband for my tinfoil hat.
I was gonna say, I'm
gonna
sure
make one.
Amazon
because
has
we
something
talk
like
about
that
like,
for
hey,
you.
put on your tinfoil hat and your crystal ball. I feel like we need those two props for when we get to those moments. But the substation made a Twitter account and was trolling
it is hilarious,
and was
by the way.
trolling the 49ers and say, not my fault. And these like guys are coming off the injured list. They responded with, you sure about that?
Hilarious.
It's so good.
It's just so hilarious.
It's just too good. Okay, so what is the biggest takeaway you're hoping to see from Raiders and Chargers, or not Raiders, 49ers and Chargers at SoFi tonight, 7 p.m. kickoff?
7 p.m. kickoff, biggest thing I'm looking for Fernando Mendoza behind a very immature offensive line that has to get their stuff together, and I'm looking for Omari and Hampton against a skilled offensive line that needs to prove that a left guard is not an issue.
You gonna be watching both of these?
Yes.
Yeah?
I will be.
All right.
I'm tuned in.
Tuned in, you guys. Raiders at Texans, 5 p.m. 49ers at Chargers at SoFi tonight at 7 p.m. Angels at Astros, 5:10. We don't have any Dodgers, but that's okay because we got preseason football. Thank you so much for spending your afternoon with us. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Ryder coming up next.